Blue, I guess.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Jackie Robinson Field to some Sunday afternoon baseball in the CCL. The Arroyo Seco Saints capping off 6 games in 6 weeks. Anthony Vasquez alongside Dylan Escobedo. And Dylan, Arroyo Seco is trying to stop a mini 5-game losing streak, and it really has to start with these bats.
Yeah, I definitely think the top 3 bats of the lineup can definitely shift the momentum and the trend that the team has seen lately. I think Jordan Rogers, Cowley, and Kyson are definitely looking to start it off strong today.
Well, also looking to start off strong in his Arroyo Seco Saints debut is Gavino Rosales, the right-hander from L.A. Mission College. He's an Eagle, and so far in 10 starts, he went 4-4 in 61 innings and a 3.39 ERA. So Gavino Rosales will be making his first start with the Arroyo Seco Saints. And let's take a look at the lineup he'll be facing today. It's the Barons, Kamayu Neighbors, Julian Boyd, and Max Diaz will lead things off. Then comes Thomas Williams, Jalen Parks, and Jalen Williams. And the bottom third of the order, Christian Taveras, Doug Allen, and Spencer Williams. So the second game in 3 days between these teams. The Barons, of course, 5-4 winners on Friday night. The Saints trying to head into the All-Star break with a win, trying to stop that 5-game losing streak. We're about ready to go. Gavino Rosales from the windup, kicks and deals to Kamayu Neighbors, and he misses outside. Or underway from Jackie Robinson Field. Kamayu Neighbors, that pesky leadoff hitter for the MLB Academy Barons, is ahead of the count, 2 balls and no strikes. And he's been lights out from the plate. He'll be playing in Compton in the CCL All-Star Game, hitting .338, 23 for 68 this summer as he fouls that one away. But the stats that really pops off the board is his 27 walks, 15 more than the next closest Baron. By far the team leader in on-base percentage, and by far the lowest in strikeout rate. Just 3 of them in 68 at-bats, 2 of them coming to the Arroyo Seco Saints. Neighbors will be playing shortstop today. He's ahead of the count, 3-1.
Just a bit outside.
That's 3 misses for Gavino Rosales, missing arm side with the fastball. Here's a 3-1 to Neighbors. Misses up high, ball 4. So the pesky switch-hitting leadoff man is on first to start. And he has the speed to steal bases. 11 for 16 so far, stealing bags. The team leader wins in with those 11 stolen bases. So with nobody on and Neighbors on first, Julian Boyd will stride to the plate. Boyd's fallen on some tough times with the bats, hitting .211 on the season. Back-to-back lefties for the Barons. Taveras smartly checks over to Jordan Rogers at first, and Neighbors is back safely.
I think he heard you talk about the stolen base stats.
Yeah, he definitely did. Neighbors with a speedy leadoff man for the Barons. They'll be playing in the CCL All-Star Game. The roster is just, of course, announced last week. Fellow infielder Mark Anthony Hernandez and the Barons also will be playing in Compton next week. Hernandez out of the lineup as Diaz takes low and away, ball 1. Rosales set at the belt, kicks and deals. A 1-0 strike to Diaz. He took the bat off his shoulders but couldn't make the commitment to go around. 1 ball and 1 strike as Rosales now will talk to Jacob Sanchez. Well, we have a break in the action. Let's take a look at the Saints' defense on the day. Starting out in the outfield, Jackson Walker will be in left. Max Blessinger, after making a pinch hit appearance yesterday, he'll be in center field. While Jared Buhana will make his 2nd straight start in right. Now on the infield from left to right, Matt Marlow and Kyson Donahue on the left side. On the right side, Drew Cowley and Jordan Rogers. Meanwhile, today's battery mate will be Gavino Rosales and Jacob Sanchez behind the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike to Diaz. Neighbors a healthy lead off at first. Another check back from Rosales, and Neighbors is back. The 1-1 of the 2-11 hitting Boyd. Swung on and missed, strike two. One of the best fastballs we've seen from Rosales. Gets him ahead of the count. Boyd has that propensity to strike out a lot. Almost just under a third of the time he goes down with a K. Rosales is one strike away from getting that strikeout. Set at the belt, the 1-2. Lined into left field. That'll get down for a base hit. It'll two-hop into the glove of the left fielder Jackson Walker. An early trouble for Gavino Rosales. First and second with nobody out.
Batting third, designated hitter from New Orleans, number 3, Maxwell Diaz.
So now with a couple runners on for the Barons, it's Maxwell Diaz. Hitting right around the Barons season average, 247 on the year. A 6-foot righty going from New Orleans to Southern California. He's a New Orleans privateer.
I would have to say he definitely enjoys the weather in Southern California more.
Just like a lot of players not from here for the Arroyo Seco Saints, one of the common themes is the fact that they've been enjoying the Southern California summer, spending a lot of their time, their off days at the beach. First and second, nobody out. Gavino Rosales has worked himself into a little bit of a jam in the first. Maxwell Diaz, the 250 hitting right-hander, will take a ball rather, just missing on that outside corner, 1-1.
I thought that pitch could have gone either way.
Looks like a tight zone today, Dylan.
Definitely does. Let's see if they can just get the right amount out of it.
1 ball and 1 strike. Rosales just missed on the outside corner. He's been missing arm side a lot. Can't do it here. It'll hit the righty Diaz. The 1-1. Swung on and missed, strike two. Rosales went with the slide step and he beat him with the fastball. And now Sanchez out to check with Rosales once again. A little bit of
2 meetings in the first inning. Seems
Yeah,
like
that's
they
right.
really want to get on the same page.
A little bit of miscommunication. Of course, this being Gavin Rosales' first time with the Saints. Jacob Sanchez hasn't gotten a lot of time at catcher. Mostly been playing first base, but in there behind the plate with Cooper Harris getting the day off. It's been a grind for all the Saints. 6 games in 6 days. Right before they're all going to have 3 days off for the All-Star break, except for the players playing in that. Drew Cowley, Matt Wong, Kyson Donahue, Cooper Harris, and Chris Damos, the 5 All-Stars for the Saints, as Diaz fouls that one away. We'll do it again, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cleanup hitting second baseman Thomas Williams waits on deck. Infield and double play depth, the corners. Also playing back as well, Rogers electing not to hold on Julian Boyd. With first and second, you really don't need to. The 1-2. Swung on and missed, strike three. A nice slider from Gavino Rosales gets the K, and he'll have his first out as a Saint.
Good off speed on a 1-2 count. Way to fool him after attacking him with 2 previous fastballs.
So 1 out, still 2 men on, so Rosales not out of the jam quite yet, as cleanup hitter Thomas Williams strides to the plate.
A double play would seem pretty convenient right now.
And the infield is in double play depth. Kyson Donahue and Drew Cowley playing up the middle. Kyson will have the task of holding Kamayu Neighbors on at second. First pitch to Williams. He shows bunt, takes a strike instead as he pulls it back, 0-1. Don't let his small stature fool you, folks. Williams, one of the more consistent hitters on this Barron squad, hitting .260 on the season. 16 for 62 in 17 games. Also another pesky hitter to strike out. Barons have a lot of those slap hitter archetype type players. That ball's chopped foul. No balls and 2 strikes.
Those teams with the slap hitters just seem to really get into pitchers' heads. Always swinging at everything, fouling everything off. They'd know how to battle.
And how would you think you would attack maybe a slap hitter? You know that they're going to put everything in play. Do you maybe beat them up and inside?
You got to get every corner that you can. You got to hope your junk's on that day. Usually they're more often than not fastball hitters.
No balls and 2 strikes. Let's see what Rosales goes with here. Sanchez delivers a sign. The pitch. It's the fastball, and it beat Williams, but he was able to foul it off. No balls and 2 strikes. 4th pitch of the at-bat coming up. This inning started out with a Kamayu Neighbors walk on just 5 pitches. Then Julian Boyd smacked a single in the left. Max Diaz struck out. And now Rosales has Thomas Williams in a no-ball, 2-strike count. '18th pitch of the afternoon on the way. The 0-2. Just fouled off. Sanchez couldn't quite hang on to it. We'll do it again. Williams with no home runs and 12 RBIs. He's got number 13 on second base, and with his speed, anything hit to the outfield, even a hard hit base knock, will likely score Neighbors. Gavin Rosales misses outside. Sanchez liked the spot. Umpire not giving it to him. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Catcher Jalen Parks waiting on deck. Neighbors off of second. Julian Boyd off of first. Gavin Rosales making his Arroyo Seco Saint debut on this Sunday afternoon. The 0-2 whacked into left center. That'll drop in for a base hit. Max Blessinger was already playing shallow. He'll gather it. No advancement from Neighbors home, so the Barons have the bases loaded and 1 out. That was a great piece of hitting, right, Dylan, from Thomas Williams?
Great piece of hitting, but it really doesn't hurt the Saints too much because you still have the force at first or really at any base with 1 out. It really makes it easy on the defensive pitch or player to go to any base.
Well, Jalen Parks also not a burner over there. He's playing catcher on the day. Parks just hitting 133. He's yet to ground into a double play.
Well, there's always a first for everything.
That's right. And this Saints defense really has to bear down here after a sloppy effort yesterday where they had 3 costly errors in the first 2 innings. Rosales opts to go with the breaking ball, and it freezes Parks.
Power hitters tend to not look at off-speed first pitch, so that's a great approach.
And they also tend to strike out a lot. Parks has struck out 1/3 of the time this season. And boy, would Rosales like one here. Here's the 0-1. Misses high. Sanchez had to reach up and get out of his stance. 1 ball and 1 strike. Of course, Sanchez can't let anything get by him. And if you're Gavin Rosales, you really have to trust that man behind the plate to block any breaking balls with 2 strikes. Rosales has to get to 2 strikes, though. The 1-1. Swung on and missed. There it is. A fastball blown right past the right-handed hitting catcher. 1-2. Outfield playing pretty much straight away. Jordan Rogers in on the grass. Matt Marlow just behind the bag. Well, the middle infielders, rather, playing in double play depth. The 1-2. Chopped up the third base line. This is going to be a tough play. Marlow picks it, and he has absolutely no play. All he could do was eat it, and a little measly number up the line will score a run for the Barons. They draw first blood. Wasn't exactly how Jalen Parks drew it up, but he'll take it. An RBI infield single with 1 out, and the line keeps moving for the Barons.
Those swinging bunts are sometimes the hardest place to field out because they're just going so slow.
And with Matt Marlow playing back, it was certainly much harder for him to toss on over to first.
That's an interesting. There was only 1 out on the play. I would have thought the corner would have been up.
As Rosales misses just outside with this fastball to Jalen Williams. Once again, another player on this Barons team hitting below the Mendoza line. 1-4 in 8 games. This is a Barons team that's fallen on some hard times offensively. We said it before the last few times, but they're only hitting .242 as a team. Almost 30 points behind the Saints. As taking a strike is Williams, 1-1. Gavin Rosales has a strikeout in this inning, but he's also given up a run, and he's got the bases loaded behind him with only 1 out. 27th pitch of the inning already is swung on and missed. Rosales went upstairs, and he beat Parks with the fastball. Williams, rather, with the fastball.
That was just an absolutely power fastball. Blew it right past Williams.
Let's see what he goes with here. Once again, ahead of a hitter with 2 strikes. The problem is he's just having a hard time putting them away.
Most of the hits have seemed to come with 2 strikes. Just can't seem to get that finishing pitch.
The 1-2 goes with a breaking ball, and it's tapped
Another
up the line. Rosales will opt to go to first for only 1 out. Another run will score in Julian Boyd. So the Barons have their 2nd run of the afternoon. They trade a run for an out. 2nd and 3rd now with 2 men gone. And Dylan, that's yet another swinging bunt, this time on a slider.
Yeah, it just seems that's how they've been getting their RBIs. Let's hope they don't get another swinging bunt right now.
Christian Tavares, the 7th hitter of the inning, will step into the left-hander's batter's box. The lengthy lefty hitting .222 on the year. No home runs and 6 RBIs. First pitch from Rosales. Misses outside. This inning started out with a Kamayu Neighbors walk, then Julian Boyd single. Max Diaz struck out as a 3-hitter. Then Thomas Williams got on base. Jalen Parks a bunt single, and Jalen Williams just bounced out to the pitcher Rosales, who delivers a strike to Christian Tavares, 1-1 the count. Rosales not the most efficient inning so far. This will be his 30th pitch already coming up. The right-hander delivers a fastball that's popped up, fouled right behind us into the seats. And once again, Dylan, he's ahead of the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Seems like they've done most of their...
Is 1 strike away from limiting the Barons' damage. They've already put 2 up on the board. Eight-hitter Doug Allen waiting on deck. Rosales doesn't want to face him in this inning. That ball's whacked over to second. Drew Cowley will fill it on a hop from the outfield grass. He'll toss it to Jordan Rogers to end the frame, but the Barons strike for 2 and force Gavin Rosales to throw 31 pitches in the top of the first. We'll go to the bottom of the first inning. Barons 2, the Saints coming up. Bottom of the first inning, the Saints have already worked themselves in a little bit of a hole. 2-0 Barons after Gavino Rosales tossed 31 pitches in his first inning as a Saint and gave up a couple runs, but the lineup charged with coming back in this one has some old faces back in the order after a couple days off and some injuries. Jordan Rogers will lead things off. Drew Cowley and Kyson Donahue to follow. Matt Wong back in the lineup. He'll be playing DH. Jared Buhan, after hitting cleanup yesterday, will be in right field hitting 5th. Matt Marlow, Jackson Walker, Jacob Sanchez, and Max Blessinger all to follow in that order as Jordan Rogers steps in and takes ball 1. We're underway as they'll be facing Rene Galvan in 7 games, this being his first start, only pitched in 11 1/3 innings to the tune of a 5.55 ERA. As Rogers takes a strike on the outside corner, not too happy with that call, 1-1.
5.55 ERA. I guess you can say he likes fives.
He's also given up his fair share of base runners. 9 hits in those 11 1/3. As Rogers will tap this one as short. Neighbors, 1 out on 3 pitches for Rene Galvan. And Drew Cowley will stride at the plate.
Batting second,
3 pitches to the leadoff hitter. I guess he knew how to attack him.
number 21,
And how important is it, especially in summer baseball, you're really trying to get your work in. The pitchers don't have the longest of leashes to be efficient as a pitcher.
No, and in summer league, you definitely want to see as many players as you can and try to get everyone to get some work in. So you got to take advantage of every opportunity that you get.
Drew Cowley has been taking advantage of every opportunity he's gotten throughout his collegiate career, and of course with the Arroyo Seco Saints, just named to the CCL All-Star Game yet again. Of course, last year he led the league in hits, was the CCL All-Star Game defensive player of that game.
And he finds himself in a very favorable hitter's count.
2 balls and
2-0.
no strikes.
2 balls, no strikes. Here we go.
Cowley hitting 271 on the year, 288 rather. And he's ahead of the count, 3 balls and no strikes. Cowley just coming off of a game where he got on base all 5 times he came to the plate. Went 3 for 3 with a couple runs. Also added 2 walks to his resume, bringing his on-base percentage up to a whopping .376. Won't raise it here, though, as Galvan will keep him in the plate. 3 balls and 1 strike. Cowley trying to extend also a 3-game hitting streak. The 3-1. Line into right field. That is deep, and that will extend the hitting streak right there. That'll one-hop the wall, and Drew Cowley is on second base with a 1-out double.
It seemed that strike in that 3-0 count ended up hurting the pitcher more than anything.
That's right, Cowley taking the extra 90 feet, just saying, I got it from here. I'll just extend my hitting streak to 4. My first at-bat, a lining double to right that Doug Allen had to chase down. And now that brings up Kyson Donahue with the runner in scoring position and 1 out. And runners in the scoring position have been an issue for the Saints so far during their 5-game losing streak. Against the Academy Barons, they out-hit them by 9. Ended up losing the game, though, by 1. They had double-digit hits yesterday against the Blues. Once again, only mustered 5 runs. His first pitch swinging is Donahue. Behind on the fastball, 0-1. Kyson, another one of those CCL All-Stars that'll be representing the Arroyo Seco Saints. Arroyo Seco actually has back-to-back-to-back All-Stars. Cowley, Donahue, and Matt Wong, who waits on deck. The 0-1. Line in a center field. Racing back is Julian Boyd. He looks up, and that ball is way gone. 3/4 of the way up the screen in center field to the right of the flagpole. Kyson Donahue unleashes, and he ties Matt Wong for second in the CCL South Division with his 5th home run.
That ball was absolutely crushed to dead center and actually ended up hitting our flagpole in dead center as well.
2-2, and with 1 swing of the bat, the Saints have tied the game. Donahue now with 5 home runs and 20 RBIs, tying Matt Wong for most on the team and second in the CCL South. Donahue really showing that all-star power that is going to allow him to play Wednesday in Compton. And now with this game tied, Matt Wong will stride to the plate with 1 out.
Matt Wong had a nice BP right before the game, so let's see if he carries it into here.
First pitch swing and a bouncer to short. Neighbors on the run. Will throw it low, and it's not picked out by Jalen Williams. He dropped it, and thanks to an Academy Barons error, Matt Wong will get on first.
That's why you just got to put the ball in play. You never know how you get on base, and it just seems as if the first baseman couldn't pick it out.
So we'll tell you who that error is on. It'll be likely on Kamayu Neighbors at short. Either way, the Saints will take any base runners they can get. Runner on first for Jared Buhanda, who yesterday just made his Arroyo Seco Saints debut. Went 0 for 4 with a couple strikeouts, but a couple of times he put the ball in play. He got RBIs off of them. A couple of RBI bounce outs. There goes Matt Wong on the first pitch, and Jalen Parks dropped the ball on the transfer. And that'll allow Matt Wong, with blazing speed, to steal second base, his 7th of the season. So Saints working with yet another runner in scoring position for Buhanda.
Let's see if they do increase that batting average with runners in scoring position.
Still looking for his very first hit of the summer. Fouls this one off to the left to even the count at 1. Buhanda going with the old school, no batting gloves look. Here's the 1-1. This is up and away. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Great take. That pitch was right or just above the zone. Most pitchers or most batters do end up swinging at that pitch. Great eye.
Buhanda ready to call Cal State Bakersfield his next home after spending a couple years at a junior college. It's the 2-1 from Galvan. Fouled back to the screen. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Matt Marlow waiting on deck. Will Buhanda get his first Arroyo Seco Saint hit in this AB? Rene Galvan's got him in a 2-ball, 2-strike count. And he got him looking, froze him with the breaking ball. One of the best curves we've seen today from Galvan. And Buhanda's the second out of the first.
Good adjustment by Galvan. It put 2 strikes on him with fastballs and attacks him with the curveball at the end.
So first strikeout of the day for Galvan. Matt Wong still on second base, so not out of the woods quite yet, as Matt Marlow will stride to the plate. And ever since Marlow had that 5-game hitting streak snapped July 10th against the Oaks, he's had a couple knocks since, as Matt Wong going for third. Throw on down is in time to get him. Not even close. Matt Wong gunned out at third by Jalen Parks, and that will end the first inning. So the Saints get a couple runs thanks to a 2-run shot by Kyson Donahue to straightaway center field, 3/4 of the way up the protective netting as we go to the second, tied up at 2. Top of the second inning and a newfound ball game. This is now all of a sudden tied at 2 thanks to Kyson Donahue's 2-run shot. Gavino Rosales back out there for his second inning of work. And Dylan, what have you seen from the right-hander so far?
Yeah, I think Rosales just had first inning jitters, and having a 31-pitch first inning is not ideally how you want to start off, but he's looking to cut that pitch count down here in the second inning.
We'll have to do it against the bottom of the Barons order, 8-9-1, Allen, Williams, and Kamayu neighbors. First pitch from the righty. It's fouled back to the screen, so Rosales once again getting ahead of a hitter. The problem has been putting them down with 2 strikes. 7 Barons came to the plate back in the first. Forced Rosales to throw 32 pitches rather in the first inning. Coming from the line, kicks and deals. Fouled away again, and Rosales ahead of the count. No balls and 2 strikes. So the right fielder, Doug Allen.
He's attacked him quickly with the first 2 pitches, so let's see if he can get him with a third.
Rosales has that slider in his back pocket that's been effective so far against lefties. He has 1 strikeout. Let's see what he goes with here. The 0-2, a little hesitation move. The fastball just misses the top corner. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
I thought that pitch could have gone either way. It just seemed like the Blue didn't want to bite on that one.
Allen 2 for 15 in 5 games this summer. Can Rosales put him away? Not on this pitch. Great take by Allen on the slider in the dirt. Now Rosales going from the windup with nobody on base, trying to change it up. The 2-2 going with the slide step, and it's chopped up the third base line. Another number, and this time Gavin Rosales has no play after bobbling the baseball. So the Barons collecting those infield hits left and right. This time it's on Doug Allen getting the first base. We'll see how that one's ruled, but either way, a leadoff base runner for the Barons.
And once again, it comes with 2 strikes. Just seems as if Rosales has more unluck than anything trying to finish off the hitters.
Rosales is doing his job of forcing weak contact. The only thing is, that's not creating outs. Really only 1 hard hit ball off of him, and this is the 9-hitter Spencer Williams,
who's come a little distance away from Massachusetts, where he does go to Harvard University.
Williams hitting an even .250 on the summer in 19 games with the Barons. 3rd on the team in at-bats. Today hitting in the 9th spot and playing in left field. And of course, as you mentioned, Dylan, calling Harvard University home in Cambridge, Massachusetts. First pitch swinging. That one's chopped up the middle. Donahue will take it himself to second, on to first, and he will get the double play. So just like that with 1 pitch, Gavino Rosales works himself out of a mini jam. And there's 2 outs with the lineup flipping over. Kamayu Neighbor striding to the plate.
A 4-3 double play.
So, in steps Neighbors. Walked his first time up. Scored the Barons' first run of the day.
Definitely lived to the pesky batter reputation in his first at-bat. Let's see how he follows in the second.
Rosales this time going from the windup with nobody on. He's been switching from the windup into the stretch, even with nobody on base. Trying to find that release point. Finds it here at the fastball. Neighbors' walk in the first inning was his 28th of the season. Just whopping numbers from the switch hitting leadoff hitter. 1-1. Last time these 2 teams matched up, Cooper Harris spoke to us post-game and said he really doesn't know how to attack Neighbors. Everything he always gets right up on that plate, no matter hitting from the left side or the right side. Always fouling off pitches and has the eye of a hawk back there, and it was on display here as he had the count 2-1.
That's just a simple case of hating to go against a player but loving to have him on your team.
Rosales set with the 2-1. Goes with the slide step, and it's bounced up the middle, and Kamayu Neighbors will continue his torrid streak. A single up the middle, and the .338 hitting leadoff man has his first hit of the game.
He just loves getting on base. And he is a threat on the base pass, so let's see how they do manage to keep him on.
Well, he's been on base twice today. A .526 OBP for the leadoff hitter, who now has 28 walks and now 24 hits. One of the team leaders in both of those categories. And now it's Julian Boyd striding to the plate. Single to left in his last at-bat. Stepping into the left-hander's batter's box. Neighbors a healthy lead off of first. And Rosales smartly throws over. It was close, but Rogers couldn't apply the tag in time. Neighbors 11 for 16 stealing bases.
Neighbors isn't backing down with his lead either at first. It looks like he actually opened up slightly more.
First pitch to Boyd, going with the slide step, and it's bounced right to Kyson Donahue, who was covering the bag. Steps on second, not in time, so he opts to throw it to Jordan Rogers for the third out. So the luck playing into the Saints' hands right there. Donahue was trying to cover second for the stealing Kamayu Neighbors. Had his ground ball hit right to him, and it's the middle of the second, tied at 2 at Jackie Robinson Field. Bottom of the second inning, this game all knotted up at 2 on this Sunday afternoon. Final game before a much-needed all-star break for the Arroyo Seco Saints. They'll have Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday off before they host the Orange County Riptide Thursday night at Jackie Robinson Field. For now, it'll be Matt Marlow leading things off here in the home half of the second against the right-hander Rene Galvan. First pitch, breaking ball, misses outside. Marlow at the plate for the second time today. He was in the middle of a tough at-bat against Galvan, and then Matt Wong was thrown out trying to steal third base. So Marlow will have to lead things off here in the second. And he fouls it off, almost hitting Serge Placencia, our third base coach. 1 ball, 1 strike. We mentioned before, Marlow in a bit of a cold streak. 1 for his last 13 after a 1-point hitting a 5-game hitting streak, coinciding with the Saints' 5-game winning streak. So Galvan doubles up with the breaking ball. 2 and 3 pitches to Marlow. 2 and 1 the count. The 2-1 misses upstairs and away. 3 balls and 1 strike to Matt Marlow, who hasn't drawn a walk since July 9th against the Barons. It's been 6 contests since he's gotten on base thanks to the free pass. Galvan will miss high, ball 4. And Matt Marlow's walkless streak ends on 5 pitches against Rene Galvan, a leadoff man for the Saints.
And that's a completely different at-bat since from what we saw in the bottom of the first. He was behind in the count, and in this at-bat, he just seemed to not be able to throw a strike to him.
So from one relatively cold hitter to one of the hottest hitters on the Saints, Jackson Walker, carrying a 3-game hitting streak into this one. 8 for his last 11. 6 for his last 11, rather. And he'll line one towards second base. Diving stop by Thomas Williams. On to second for 1. On to first, not in time. So Thomas Williams takes a single away from Jackson Walker with the web gem dive. Kamayu Neighbors' toss on over to first, not in time. So the Saints trading base runners over at first base. Matt Marlow out. Jackson Walker now over at first.
Definitely a great effort by Williams. Full extension to go out and get that ball.
And that ball was smoked, too, from Jackson Walker.
Definitely was. He wanted to make that his 7th hit, but Williams had other ideas, unfortunately.
First pitch to Jacob Sanchez is popped up down the left field line, foul towards the Saints bullpen. 0 balls and 1 strike. Sanchez, a player that really loves hitting against the Academy Barons. He had a 2-run shot a couple weeks ago over in Compton, the first game after the Saints' 4-game Central California road trip. Went 1 for 5 in the last matchup on July 15th, and he's out even with the count 1-1.
Well, he has another opportunity to hit another 2-run home run against the Barons.
Sanchez 4 for his last 9 against MLB Academy. Went 0 for 2 yesterday against the Blues. There goes Walker off to second. Sanchez puts a charge into this one in a deep left center field. This will likely split the gaps if it's not out of here. Missing the play is Spencer Williams. Striding home is Jackson Walker. And Jacob Sanchez rips a 2-run double, RBI double rather, in a deep left center to give the Saints a 3-2 lead.
That was just a great swing. He knew what pitch he wanted. He got that pitch and he went after it. Really good approach at the plate and way to bring in a run, especially with the runner at first base.
So Galvan delivered the fastball up and Sanchez did not miss it. One hopped the wall in a deep left field. Spencer Williams had a beat on it at first but lost it in the sun. He was unable to make the catch. And now Max Blessinger steps in as the 9-hitter, playing center field today. Came in as a defensive replacement in the final 6 innings of the Saints game, replacing Jacob Sanchez, and he muscles a base hit into right center. Doug Allen was playing shallow already, but Jacob Sanchez thought about coming home, won't. And the Saints have him cornered now. Max Blessinger, a huge hit with 1 out. So first and third, 1 gone. Jordan Rogers will step in.
Yeah, Blessinger did a great job of just staying with him, just doing what he had to do, moving the runner over from second to third and getting on base.
It's a great piece of hitting from the 9-hitter. Turns the order over for the first time today. Rogers bounced out to Kamayu Neighbors at short his first time up. Galvan with the high set. And he'll toss back on over to first. That's rightfully so. You should be paying a lot of attention to Max Blessinger, team leader in stolen bases, 13 for 14 this summer. Next closest is the man at the plate. There goes Blessinger off to second. Now he'll be hung up to dry here. Jacob Sanchez on his way home. Throw to the plate. Parks' tag is in time to get him. No slide needed. Blessinger will take second. And that play was played perfectly by the Barons. That's something that Coach Milam does a lot with runners on first and third. The runner off at first breaks early and tries to get into a rundown, and Sanchez had the right idea of breaking for home. He just didn't have the speed to beat the throw or the tag by Jalen Parks.
Unfortunately, Blessinger didn't or wasn't able to draw a throw from the pitcher. But in a situation like that where you do draw a throw, more often than not, the runner from third does score.
So Blessinger will take the lead off second. Rogers will take inside ball one. And Dylan, you think that was played perfectly? Instead of maybe throwing it to first base, Rene Galvan had the perfect idea to run at the runner.
Yeah, he definitely cut him off or gave him no room or gave him no clear path to run to second base and ended up drawing the runner from third.
So Jordan Rogers still has an RBI opportunity. Just has to get a base hit to the outfield to score the speedy Blessinger. And he is in the perfect count here. 2 balls, no strikes.
2 balls, no strikes seems like the perfect opportunity to drive in an RBI with a favorable hitter's count.
Rogers second on the team in RBIs with 19. One ahead of Kyson Donahue coming into this game. Not so much anymore after he slammed the 2-run home run to center field. That's why the Saints have a couple runs on the board. As Rogers swings and misses at the high fastball. Still ahead of the count though, 2-1.
I think he was aware of the hitter's count and saw that high fastball, wanted to make it a 4-2 game.
Bless the leadoff second. The 2-1 from Galvan. Here's a breaking ball. Sweeps across.
Finds himself in another hitter's count. Let's see what he does here.
Green light him here, Dylan?
I would green light him. 2 outs, runner on second. Seems like a pretty good situation.
Galvan, the high set, the 3-1. Fouled back to the screen. Rogers unleashed on that one. Didn't quite get enough on it. The count's filled up with 2 outs.
That was a good swing, just couldn't connect on the barrel.
We'll keep an eye on Max Blessinger, see if he takes off to third. Not required of him with nobody right behind him. Full count. Galvan, the payoff pitch to Jordan Rogers. And it's bounced on over to the left side. Neighbors backhands it. He'll toss over to first. It'll be a little low, but a Jalen Williams reach will make the catch to end the inning. But the Saints do strike for 1, thanks to a Jacob Sanchez ringing double to left field. It's the end of 2 at Jackie Robinson Field. The Saints all of a sudden with a 3-2 lead. Top of the third inning, and the Arroyo Seco Saints have found themselves on top 3-2 after Jacob Sanchez has doubled to left field. And now all of a sudden, the Barons have to play from behind. And they'll have the 3, 4, 5 hitters due up. The meat of the order, Max Diaz, Thomas Williams, and Jalen Parks against Gavino Rosales. First pitch, hacked on over to second. Drew Cali with a nice backhand play. Toss across his body for the first out of the bottom of the third. So 1 pitch, 1 out for Gavino Rosales.
1 pitch, 1 out is very ideal for Rosales, considering how many pitches he had in the first and a really efficient second inning. So this is looking to start off as an efficient third as well.
So Gavino Rosales, 32 pitches in that first inning, just 12 in the second, and he's got 1 here in the bottom of the third. As Thomas Williams steps in, the lefty playing second base. First pitch, misses outside, ball 1.
Williams earlier robbed a clean hit, so let's see if he can get a hit as well.
That clean robbed Jackson Walker of a base hit in that bottom of the second inning. The 1-0 misses upstairs. 2 balls and no strikes. Thomas Williams singled in his last at-bat on a 1-ball, 2-strike count. So far, the Barons have 4 base knocks, same as the Arroyo Seco Saints. Here's the 2-0. Popped up towards the left side and out of play.
2-1 count. Let's see how Rosales attacks him now to get back into the count.
Left-handers have been the issue for Gavino Rosales. He has that wicked slider. The only thing is, it's not as effective against lefties than it is against righties. Can Rosales battle back from down 2-0 to even with the count 2 balls and 2 strikes after Williams tosses that one foul off the screen?
This is the real test for Rosales because we've seen most of the damage actually come for 2 strikes. So let's see how he attacks Williams now.
Can he put away Williams with the 2-2? Not on this pitch. Misses up and inside. Counts filled up.
Not a bad attacking pitch trying to make Williams chase, but now he finds himself in a full count.
Here's the payoff pitch. Rosales goes with a fastball, and it's whacked towards the left side, once again towards the Saints bullpen. We're going to need a 7th pitch of this at-bat.
I wonder if someone in the bullpen did something because he seems to be driving the ball that way.
He's a little late with those fastballs. Does Gavino Rosales continue to pound with them here? 51st pitch of the afternoon. Misses up and inside, ball 4. Thomas Williams will draw the free pass. And for Rosales, that's his 2nd walk of the afternoon.
Nothing hurt too much from the walk. Now you put a runner on first base, and now you have a force at first and second. A double play gets you out of the inning.
And Rosales got one of those 2-baggers back in the 2nd inning. A huge double play with a runner on first and nobody out. Can he get one here against Jalen Parks?
Parks hit a little dribbler in the first inning, which ended up bringing a run. Hopefully he has a little more muster to hit in a double play this at-bat.
First pitch misses up and inside. Parks with the, of course, RBI infield single Dylan was alluding to. 1 for 1 on the day. And that ended up being only the 2nd RBI this summer for Parks, and with this being his 10th game, he's behind the fastball to even up the count. Saints leading this one 3-2. They got a couple runs in the bottom of the first thanks to Kyson Donahue's 2-run shot to straightaway center. And Jacob Sanchez hit a shot of himself that the ballpark ended up holding. Ended up being a double. He'll take it either way, and so will Gavino Rosales, who's once again ahead of the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes, after Parks a huge swing and miss.
1-2 count on a right-hander. Let's see if he works with that slider that he has now.
Williams the leadoff first. What will Gavino Rosales do on a 1 ball, 2 strike count? He set at the belt. Goes with a fastball, and it's sent into right field. Coming in is Buhonda, still racing on, and he'll make the catch in shallow right field. Stepping back to first is Williams. So, once again, Rosales makes the pitch he needed to make. 2 outs.
First baseman number 19, Julian Williams.
Great approach and way to settle down by Rosales, allowing a walk in the previous at bat. Settles down, forces 2 strikes, and ends up with a shallow pop fly.
So here's Jalen Williams. Bounced out to the pitcher Rosales that ended up scoring the Barons' second run. Rosales really doing his job of inducing hard contact, but in that first inning, it really wasn't converting to outs. You could just ask Jalen Williams about that. That slow bounce out to Rosales. He only had 1 play to toss it over to first, and the Saints traded an out for a run. As Williams heads back to first safely. Williams, another stolen base threat for the Barons, 6 for 9 this summer. 3rd on the team.
At 6'3" and with the speed that he has, he is definitely a speed or threat on those base paths.
Very healthy lead. Won't go here as a huge swing and miss evens the count at 1-1. Jalen Williams unleashed on that breaking ball, and he was early.
Just a bit early on that.
Williams with 1 home run on this summer, one of the 8 Academy has shot out of the ballpark.
That previous swing, he tried to make it too.
That's right. Looking fastball, and Rosales dropped the slider in there. 1 ball, 1 strike. Williams leading off at first. Got on base thanks to Rosales' second free pass given up. The 1-1 doubles up with the slider. Perfect pitch yet again. Sanchez liked it well. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
2 sliders, 2 strikes. Let's see how he attacks him on that 3rd pitch. Will he make the 3rd time a charm?
Top of the 3rd, 1 ball, 2 strikes. 4th pitch of the at-bat coming up. 58th of the game for Gavino Rosales. The 1-2. Goes with a fastball, and he beats him upstairs. So Gavino Rosales, after giving up 2 runs in the first, pitches backwards to get this another strikeout in the bottom of the 3rd. It's time to go. The bottom of the lead. Bottom of the 3rd inning here at Jackie Robinson Field. The sun's starting to set in the Crown City. 3-2 Saints lead. It'll be Drew Cowley, Kyson Donahue, and Matt Wong, the big boppers in the Saints order.
Cali definitely wants to go into the All-Star game a little hot.
Hot is an understatement for Drew Cowley, who's got it on base his last 6 plate appearances. 4 of them hits and a couple of free passes mixed in. Single to right in his last time up. Here's the 1-0. Takes the bat off his shoulders, and it's a called strike, 1-1.
Let's see if that umpire calls it both ways on that strike.
Looked like it was a little up and away. Galvan to Kelly. Fouls it off, 1 ball, 2 strikes. And we've seen Drew Kelly really pop off and show his raw hitting ability in a few games. Went 4 for 6 the last time these two teams faced on July 9th, as the breaking ball freezes him for a called strike 3, and Drew Kelly is a strikeout victim in his second at-bat, the second today for Galvan. 1 out.
Galvan set him up brilliantly there, attacked him quickly with 2 pitches, and then recovered back with a third strike with an off-speed pitch.
Textbook pitching, really, from Galvan.
Really is. And now he finds Kyson Donahue at the plate. Hit a shot in his first at-bat.
That shot was a straightaway center, and that really shows you the respect Galvan has for him, delivering a first-pitch breaking ball at steal strike 1.
I think he learned not to throw a fastball to him after that last at-bat.
Donahue absolutely ripped it. It was belt high, and he did not miss it, sending that one 3/4 up the protective netting and straightaway center field, as this time another breaking ball has him out in front. No balls, 2 strikes, just like that.
Galvan's not wasting any pitches at the moment. 5 consecutive strikes.
He's only got 39 of them through 2 1/3, so the pitch count is low for Galvan to go deep in this game. The 0-2. Triples up with the breaking ball, and it's flipped into center field, but no problem for Julian Boyd, who comes in and make the second out of the inning. So 2 up, 2 down with relative ease for Rene Galvan, but another all-star coming to the plate, Matt Wong.
7 pitches and 2 at-bats, so let's see if Wong adds a few more to that count in this inning.
Matt Wong reached on an error by Kamayu Neighbors, ended up stealing second base, but was caught trying to steal third by Jalen Parks. Now facing the righty for a second time, and he lifts this one into right center. Doug Allen, full sprint, will come in, and coming out to make the catch actually is Thomas Williams, the second baseman, and the frame. So Rene Galvan, his first 1-2-3 inning comes in the bottom of the third. It's time for the fourth. 3-2. Saints still clinging to a 1-run lead. Top of the fourth inning here in Pasadena. New pitcher is on the mound. Gavino Rosales will make way for the Vestal, New York native Dom Dorado.
Yeah, 12. He has 12 innings pitched. He's only given up 2 runs, and he does a really good job of forcing outs. Throwing from the left-hand side, changing from a right-handed pitcher. Let's see how the Barons adjust to it now.
Well, the first batter he'll face is left-handed hitting Christian Taveras. 7-8-9 due up. Taveras 0 for 1 on the day. Was the final out of that 2-run first for the Barons. Dom Dorado delivers his first strike of the afternoon, 1-1. Dorado making his first appearance since July 13th. Gave up a 1 earned run in a 7-3 loss against the Santa Barbara Foresters. As he pulls the string on that 1-1 pitch, got Taveras out in front. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dorado, one of the better relievers this Arroyo Seco Saints team has. In 5 appearances, only 2 times they've scored a run off him, as Christian Taveras takes a called strike 3 on the inside corner for the first out. Dom Dorado a K on just 4 pitches.
After he set up Taveras with that first strike on that off-speed pitch, he just seemed to really attack him.
That's the name of the game for Dorado. Doesn't wow you with the strikeout numbers. Just 7 of them in 12 innings pitched coming into this one. Forces a lot of weak contact. Same thing as like Gavino Rosales has. As the first pitch is outside for ball 1 to Doug Allen, today's right fielder. Doug reached on an error by Rosales to lead off the top of the 2nd inning. Here he is here in the 4th. Ahead of the count, 2 balls, no strikes. As he checked his swing, the appeal down the first said he didn't go. So the book is now closed on Gavin Rosales. 3 innings pitched, 4 hits, a couple earned runs, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. Not bad for your Arroyo Seco Saints debut. Kept your team in the game, and he exits with the lead. 2-1 now to Doug Allen, with Spencer Williams, the 9-hitter, waiting on deck.
Gavino did his job. Just unfortunately, those bunt hits ended up killing him. But other than that, really did his job.
Let's see how Dom Dorado can follow that up here in the 4th. The 2-1. Just missing on the outside corner. Home plate umpire very stingy with that outside. 3 balls and 1 strike. The 3-1 to Allen. Swung on and missed. That was ball 4, and Allen helped Dorado out.
Let's see if Dorado can finish the battling back and strike out Allen.
Doug Allen's only been on base 3 times in 5 games with the Barons. His .133 average, only 2 hits and 1 walk. Dorado set at the belt. The payoff pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3. He checked his swing. First base umpire says he went around. Not much argument to be made there. Dom Dorado, 2 strikeouts.
That was great pitching by Dorado. He really settled down and battled back and ended up getting the strikeout.
So 2 up, 2 down, and a couple Ks for the left-hander Dorado. He's got 9 of them on the season, and now it's a 9-hitter Spencer Williams trying to start a rally for the Barons. Williams bounced out to the shortstop Kyson Donahue. It was actually a double play in his last at-bat. Now he bounces one over to third. One hopped into Matt Marlow's glove. He tosses across the bag, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Dom Dorado. A couple strikeouts mixed in. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Saints still up 3-2. Bottom of the fourth inning, the Saints with a 3-2 lead, and the meat of the order for Arroyo Seco coming up. Buhanda, Marlow, and Walker against Rene Galvan and Anthony Vasquez alongside Dylan Escobedo here on this Sunday afternoon. And Dylan, what have you seen from the righty so far through his first 3 innings?
Galvan's done a pretty good job of getting out of trouble. He's definitely had a lot of runners in scoring position, but they haven't hurt him too many times. It's just been on big flies that they've actually done a lot of damage. One of them went off the wall and the other one off the flagpole in center field.
So here's Jared Buhanda, still looking for his first hit in Arroyo Seco blue. He takes upstairs ball 1. Back in the first inning, he struck out swinging.
I think Buhanda's due for his first hit as a part of the Saints.
The 1-0, big hack there, fouled up behind home plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. It'll be Buhanda, Marlow, and Walker. 3 runs already in for the Saints. They got 2 in the first thanks to a 2-run shot to straightaway center field by Kyson Donahue, his 5th of the season, tying the team lead with Matt Wong. They also got a run in the second thanks to a Jacob Sanchez double to left. The 1-1, a breaking ball, steal strike 2, a great pitch from Galvan.
That's one of those pitches where he was looking fastball and just got fooled by the off speed and just saw it all the way through. Let's see how he adjusts with 2 strikes now.
The 1-2. Chopped on over to first foul. Buhanda stays alive. Galvan just had his first 1-2-3 inning back in the third. The pitch count still manageable. 45 pitches through 3+. His 46th pitch of the afternoon. Misses up and inside. Buhanda evens the count, 2 balls and 2 strikes. The righty delivers from the windup. Breaking ball swung on and missed strike 3. Buhanda's a strikeout victim for the second time today, and Galvan's got 3 Ks through 3 1/3.
Really did a great job of slowing down his pitch and everything about it. Fooled Buhan on that pitch.
And so far, Dylan, it's been looking like that breaking ball is Galvan's best pitch this afternoon.
It definitely has. He's gotten a lot of ground balls and strikeouts with that. I definitely think he's still going to use it throughout the game.
First pitch to Marlow. Misses low, ball 1. Galvan has now set down 5 consecutive Saints, trying to make it 6 here against Matt Marlow. The 1-0. Bounced on over to short. It's going to be a tough play for Neighbors. Backhands, toss on over to first, and 1 hops into the glove of Jalen Williams, but it's not in time.
Neighbors with a great effort, but it just seemed to find too deep of the infield.
So Matt Marlow will give Arroyo Seco its 5th hit of the afternoon. He's now 1 for 1 today with the walk. And now Jackson Walker, the hot-hitting lefty, will stride at the plate.
Found himself in the same situation in the second inning with a runner on first and 1 out. So let's see how he approaches this at-bat now.
In his first at-bat, ripped a shot to the second baseman, Thomas Williams. He had a dive for it and was able to flip to the shortstop Neighbors for the out. So it's a fielder's choice in the scorebook. Jaywalk takes strike 1 right down the heart of the plate. Walker, after playing sparingly with Arroyo Seco through the first half of the season, has really come on as of late, trying to extend his hitting streak to 4 games. He's brought his average up to 288. As Galvan will toss over to first, Matt Marlow was trying to time up the righty. He's back safely. Marlow has a speed to steal bags, 4 for 4 this summer, for a Saints team that's stolen 93 this summer. A second check back, and Marlow's back safely. And those 93 stolen bases by far the lead in the CCL. They are 93 for 102. Trying to steal bases.
Galvan is definitely aware of that stat, throwing down 2 times in 1 at-bat.
The 0-1. Misses upstairs and away. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jackson Walker. Jacob Sanchez waiting on deck. He brought in the Saints' 3rd run back in the second inning, ripped a double in a deep left field. That probably would have been out if we were playing at MLB Academy in Compton. Instead, we're playing at Jackie Robinson Field, where it's 374 down the left field line.
On a hit like that, I think that's out at almost every other ballpark, but 370 to left field. It's not too hitter-friendly for most right-handed batters.
And if you're new to Saints baseball, this is the type of field they got to play on. Jackie Robinson Field, 364 to center, 345 down the right field line, and 374 down that left field line. Galvan, another check back to Matt Marlow, and he's back safely for a third time. Jaywalk, despite being a lefty, has tremendous power to left center field. We saw him rope a double against Santa Barbara earlier on in the week against the Foresters. Here's the 2-1. 3-1 now.
He's got a very good gap in left and center field. Finds that hole, that's definitely going to look to be a triple, especially with how deep left field is.
And especially with his speed. Jackson Walker has already tripled against the Barons already on Friday night. Would have had a chance for an inside the park home run if he didn't stumble turning around first. The 3-1, there goes Marlow. That's bounced to the right side, and Jackson Walker has extended his hitting streak to 4 games. Matt Marlow hustling over to third, and the Saints have him cornered with 1 out. Jackson Walker stays hot.
That was just a beautiful piece of hit and run baseball. As textbook as it gets, and is just executed perfectly. Now they have runners on first and third, and they're looking to score.
Jalen Williams was holding on Matt Marlow, and Walker placed that one perfectly. He's now 1 for 2 on the day with 2 hard-hit balls on the ground. And now Jacob Sanchez strides to the plate, fresh off of his RBI double in the second.
Walker's hot streak is still alive.
So after setting down 5 consecutive batters, including Jared Buhanda, who struck out swinging to start this 4th inning, 2 consecutive base runners. Matt Marlow walked, and Jackson Walker singled to right, advancing Marlow to third. This is where we stand right now. Galvan 54 pitches deep into this outing. Now the hole infield is coming in, per the direction of catcher Jalen Parks. Trying to see what they're going to do here. Probably looking for a Coach Milam special, having the runner take off at first with only 1 out.
With a runner on first and with 1 out, you'd have to imagine that they're going to do their best to get out of that forced situation. Let's see what they draw up to get out of this.
Big hole on the right side with the first baseman Williams holding on Walker at first, and the second baseman Thomas Williams shading near the bag. First pitch to Sanchez. In the dirt, it gets away from Parks, and walking home is Matt Marlow. Walker will advance to second, and on a wild pitch, the Saints take a 4-2 lead.
Galvan hasn't made too many wild pitches, and that one just seems to cost him.
And are you surprised? The first pitch breaking ball to Sanchez, considering he ripped a double to left in his last at-bat.
I am not too surprised. I would approach him the same way, but just seem to get away from him on that pitch.
So it looks like the cadence for Galvan. Anyone who hits you hard in the first at-bat, just give him a first pitch breaking ball. This time it doesn't work. It's in the dirt for ball 1. Doubles up with it here, and the second time's the charm. Strike 1.
That was definitely a attacking off-speed pitch. Executed it brilliantly.
So now the double play is out of order. Jackson Walker will take the lead off at second base. Left fielder Spencer Williams playing very deep. Sanchez takes a bat off his shoulder, checks his swing. No appeal down, 2-1. Max Blessinger waiting on deck. He's single. Saints have 6 hits on the board against Rene Galvan. Righty-righty matchup. 2-1. Misses in the low and outside corner. 3 balls and 1 strike. Galvan in danger of walking his second hitter of the afternoon.
With a 3-1 count, and after his previous at-bat, I would definitely give him the green light.
The 3-1. Sanchez does have the green light, bounces it down the third baseline, but just foul. Christian Taveras, the third baseman, gave a valiant effort on the dive. Instead, it's allowed strike number 2.
That ball was just outside of play, or else that would have been an RBI.
Three balls, 2 strikes. Payoff pitch on the way with Max Blessinger waiting on deck. Galvan set with Walker off a second. Takes a look back. Payoff pitch. Breaking ball misses inside, ball 4. It gets away and squirts up the third base line for Parks, but no advancement from Jackson Walker. So that means Max Blessinger will come to the plate 1 for 1 with runners on first and second.
Center fielder, number 4, Max Blessinger.
And a welcome sight for Blessinger in his first at-bat. Ripped a single into right field.
Blessinger's a homegrown product, so he's definitely familiar with this field. So
That's
let's see.
right.
So let's see what part of the field he chooses to attack.
From Maranatha High School, called this field home for 4 years throughout high school. And after originally committing to Dallas Baptist, opted to transfer from there and go the JUCO route with PCC. Also calling Jackie Robinson field home as he takes up an away ball one. We mentioned Blessinger a welcomed base hit. He was really in a cold spell. 4 hits in his last 10 games, lowering his average to a whopping 440 plus to 259. Trying to get hot here. The 1-0 misses up and inside. 2 balls, no strikes to number 4.
Hitters count with 2 runners on. This is definitely screaming like an RBI situation for Blessinger.
And we mentioned Max Blessinger calling this field home in 20 games at Jackie Robinson Field. He hit a whopping .410 with an OPS over 1100.
Safe to say he likes hitting at home.
He's also hit 2 home runs here, still looking for his first of the summer. In a fastball count, Galvan gives him it, but it misses up and away. 3-0. With the top of the order, Jordan Rogers waiting on deck. 1 run already in thanks to a Galvan wild pitch that scored Matt Marlow. The 3-0 to Blessinger. Outside ball 4. Home plate umpire staying consistent, not giving anybody the outside half. And it works to the Saints' favor now. Bases loaded, 1 out for J-Raj.
The umpire didn't bat an eye on that pitch. He knew it was going to be a ball all the way through.
So a mound visit this time with the pitching coach coming out there. Bases loaded, 1 out. And Dylan, what would you say to Galvan here? Really struggling, really his first really big jam of the day with the bases loaded.
He's really just got to settle down. You can't be too nervous about the situation because the minute you're nervous is usually when the other team ends up getting to you. Just settle down, trust your defense, and try to force a double play.
Well, it's really hard to settle down when you got Jordan Rogers is breathing down your neck. J-Raj has a bit of a hitting streak of his own, 5 consecutive games.
First baseman, number 3.
8 consecutive games where Rogers has been on base. Trying to extend both streaks here with the bases loaded and 1 out. A golden opportunity for the leadoff hitter, Jordan Rogers, who's played virtually everywhere on the field for the Arroyo Seco Saints. Same thing with Wichita State. Listed as a utility man, but thrusted into the leadoff spot thanks to a rash of injuries for the Saints as Rogers takes inside for strike 1.
Great pitch by Gallivan, but also a good pitch or a good take by Walker. On a first pitch, you don't want to get jammed on a inside strike and force a double play.
The 0-1. Breaking ball, whack to the left side, base hit in the left field, under the glove of a diving Christian Taveras. 1 run scores. Here comes Sanchez, a throw to the plate, not in time, and it's a 2-run single for Jordan Rogers, who extends his on-base streak to 9 and his hitting streak to 6.
Great piece of hitting, staying within himself, hitting it down that third baseline. Third baseman had no chance of getting that, and bringing in 2 RBIs, not too much you can ask for from Jordan Walker.
So Jordan Rogers, his 2 RBIs, now 21 on the season. Overtaken Kyson Donahue as a 2-run homer of his own in this one for second on the team. So the Saints will have first and second 1 out with a newfound 6-2 lead in the bottom of the 4th. And that will spell the end for Rene Galvan. So we're going to take a short break already for the Saints in the bottom of the 4th, who now lead at 6-2. We'll introduce the new pitcher coming up on the Arroyo Seco Saints Media Network on YouTube. So, bottom of the fourth inning on our first pitching change for the Barons. It's a left-hander, Shamir Marshall.
Marshall, who has more earned runs than innings pitched, has a whopping 9.31 ERA, and the Saints are looking to raise that number with runners on first and second.
A golden opportunity for Drew Cowley. It's not by accident that they bring in a lefty to face Cowley and Donahue. First two hitters with one out. Cowley takes low and outside, ball one. 1-0 the count. I mentioned Shamir Marshall, that ERA inflated over 9. Did have a scoreless appearance in his last outing yesterday in a 12-0 loss of the Foresters. Only allowed 2 base runners in 2 innings. But hitters are hitting a whopping 260 off of the lefty. 2-0 now to Drew Cowley.
He's definitely not inheriting the best situation, so let's see how he does recover and adjust to this.
Runner on second, 1 out. Blessinger the lead off that base, the 2-0. Line in a right center field, racing on over is Doug Allen. He'll dive and make the catch. Racing back to first is Wall Rogers. He better hurry, and it gets past the first baseman Williams. So Max Blessinger will take third base, and Rogers will advance to second. Sloppy fielding for the Barons. The error will likely go to Doug Allen, allowing the Saints to have runners with second and third with 2 outs.
Allen actually almost made an error catching the ball, but the error came when he threw it. It was a wild throw heading down the first base line. So now you have runners in second and third with 2 outs.
And Kyson Donahue, the big lefty, striding to the plate.
He already has 1 tonight. Let's see if he makes it 2.
That home run was 3/4 up the protective netting to the right of the flagpole in straightaway center field. Now it's only 364 to straightaway center, but that would have cleared a lot of ballparks in the CCL. With 2 outs, Rogers off of second, Blessinger off of third. Donahue flew out to center in his last at-bat. Now in his third. He'll take upstairs on the first pitch. Kyson Donahue just tied up Matt Wong, his fellow Hawaiian, the team lead with 5 home runs. Jordan Rogers, with his 2-run single, just overtook Kyson for second on the team in RBIs. He's got a couple on the pond here, and that ball will get away from Jalen Parks. Max Blessinger will stride home, and a second wild pitch of the inning gives the Saints their 4th run of the frame. It's now 7-2. And now Rogers is advancing home, and Jalen Parks, who was just casually walking to the plate, didn't give the ball back to Marshall. Rogers almost picked the pocket of Parks.
Yeah, Parks definitely fell asleep while walking back to home plate. I definitely think he forgot about the runner on third.
So the Academy Barons defense really self-destructing in the bottom of the 4th inning. 4 runs already in.
3 on pass balls. Don't know if it's a disconnect between the pitcher-catcher, wild pitches, or just an inability to block, but they definitely have to fix that.
The 2-0 in there for a strike, perfectly placed on the up and inside corner. So that run is charged to Wilson Galvan as Jordan Rogers still on third. So the book not quite closed on the righty. 7 runs, 6 of them earned through 3 1/3. Has a chance to be 7. As that ball spiked in the dirt to Parks, Rogers thought about advancing home. This time he blocked it. 3 balls and 1 strike.
The umpire definitely helped the Barons on that one because the pass ball was stopped by the umpire. So that actually they had the umpire to thank for not allowing a run.
It's been a rough day for Jalen Parks behind the plate. 2 wild pitches on him have led to 2 Arroyo Seco runs. And I think this inning started out perfectly for Galvan, striking out Buhanda swinging.
Sometimes the pitcher just gets too comfortable up there.
3 balls, 1 strike with 2 outs. Marshall set, delivers, inside for ball 4. So Kyson Donahue will draw the walk, his 2nd time on base today, and Matt Wong coming up, the 9th hitter in this inning for the Saints. This inning started out with Buhanda striking out, then Matt Marlow singled, Jackson Walker singled to right, Jacob Sanchez walked, Max Blessinger did the same. Rogers ripped a double down the left field line for 2 RBIs. Cowley flied out to right. Kyson Donahue walked. And now Matt Wong
The bats were quiet up right up until this game, this series, but it seems that they have woken up.
Wong, a huge swing and a miss on the first pitch from Marshall. Wong flew out to the second baseman, Thomas Williams, in shallow right center in his last AB. Also reached on an error by shortstop Kamayu Neighbors back in the first. The 1-0, there goes Donahue. The pitch is swung on and missed. Throw on down to second is not in time as Kyson Donahue steals second, and the Saints have a couple more runners in scoring position. Second and third, 2 outs. That'll go down as the 6th stolen base for Kyson Donahue. Still perfect on the summer, 6 for 6 now. No balls and 2 strikes to Matt Wong, second in the CCL South Division with 5 homers. The 0-2, breaking ball, inside, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Matt Wong isn't someone who you want to allow on the base paths because when he does get on base, he's a very big threat at stealing as well.
Matt Wong, 6 for 7 stealing bags, but will he get on base? That's the question. The 1-2 for Marshall. In the dirt for ball 2, and it gets away for Jalen Parks for a 3rd time. And that is the 3rd run Arroyo Seco has gotten thanks to the wild pitch. This time Jordan Rogers scores. It's 8-2 Saints in the bottom of the 4th.
3 runs on 3 passed balls. They should take a time and really settle on the same page and really figure it out.
So, top of the 5th inning, the Saints have jumped out in front 8-2, thanks to 5 runs being scored in the bottom of the 4th, and we apologize for the technical difficulties, but Matt Wong ended up flying out softly to the first baseman, Jalen Williams, to end that bottom of the 4th. Dom Dorado back out for a 2nd inning of work, and Kamayu Neighbors will bang a base hit in the left center field on the first pitch.
My, that Neighbors loves being a neighbor to first base, as he seems to always be on there.
He's been on base 3 times today, 2 for 2 and a walk.
And he's a very big threat at stealing bases as well.
And he's stolen 11 of them. By far the leader on MLB Academy, but they're going to need a lot more than 1 runner on does the Barons, down 8-2. 3 runs scoring on sloppy defense. 3 wild pitches leading to 3 scores for Arroyo Seco. Jordan Rogers also helped the cause with 2 more runs thanks to a 2-run single to left. And now showing bunt is the 2-hitter Julian Boyd, and he fouls it off 0-1.
Appears that they want to take full advantage of Neighbors' speed at first base and want to move him over and get as many, or just try to put a runner in scoring position to hope that they can bring it in.
So Dorado had a perfect 4th inning. Not so perfect start here to the 5th. Neighbors a healthy leadoff first, the 0-1. Misses up and away.
Just a bit outside.
1-1 the count. Max Diaz and Thomas Williams, the next 2 hitters to follow for the Barons. Lefty-lefty matchup, Dorado against Boyd. And a throwback to first, and he's back safely as Neighbors.
That lefty pickoff move can sometimes be so tough to read. Neighbors did a good job of reading and getting back to the bag.
And he's once again taking that big lead off at first. The 1-1, the breaking ball runs inside and makes Boyd dip out of the way. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Dorado got 3 quick strikeouts in the previous inning. Has 1 strike on Boyd right now.
The 2-1. Make that 2 strikes. The fastball perfectly painted on the black.
He dotted that pitch right on that corner. 2-2 count to the number 2. So the deuces are wild.
Sanchez setting up on the outside corner. Dorado taking a long look at Neighbors. Now the pitch. Swung on and missed strike 3. Got him with the breaking ball. Third K of the day for Dom Dorado. And there's one gone in the top of the 5th.
Great adjustment after giving up a leadoff hit to Neighbors. And starting behind the count as well to Boyd. Way to settle down and adjust and battle back.
So now striding to the plate is Max Diaz. Facing Dom Dorado for the first time today rather. 0 for 2 against Gavino Rosales. Dorado tosses a bullet back to first. Neighbors is safe one yet again.
Safe to say that Neighbors is drawing a lot of attention at first.
So Dorado backing up Rosales, who went 3 innings, giving up 2 earned runs, 4 hits, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. First pitch to Diaz. Catches that outside corner, 0-1.
And with the lead Neighbors has at first base, there is not too much to wonder why Dorado is picking as much as he is.
Diaz struck out swinging in his first at-bat, then in the third bounced out to Drew Cowley. No balls and 2 strikes now. Neighbors still leading off at first. Dorado doing a nice job of keeping him close to the bag. It helps that he's a lefty. Kamayu not backing down and shortening his lead, though. The 1-2 chopped into the hole on the right side. Cowley will not get there. It'll be into right field. Buhanda will make the play. And the Barons have their 6th hit of the day. They have first and second, 1 out.
Just out of the reach of Cowley. It was a hard hit ball, chopper, but just right over the glove.
So a seeing eye ground ball for Max Diaz gives him his first hit of the day. He's 1 for 3. Now it's Thomas Williams' turn, the cleanup hitting second baseman. It's not every day where you see a second baseman with his stature hit cleanup, but he's one of the better hitters on this team. Been aboard twice today. Got a base hit and a walk.
Catcher and second base are definitely looked at as a defensive position. So to have a second baseman as a 4-hitter, that definitely goes to show how much of a hitter he really is.
Williams singled off of Gavino Rosales. Also walked against him. Now against Dom Dorado, he fouls it off, 0-1. So Neighbors will take the lead off of second. Max Diaz off of first. Julian Boyd struck out swinging, sandwiched in between those 2 hitters. The 0-1, foul tipped into the glove of Sanchez, and the forwarder has found himself in a quick 0-2 hole against the lefty.
I believe Thomas was distracted by Neighbors jumping back and forth at second base, trying to draw the attention of the pitcher.
Dorado's got Williams in an 0-2 hole. The pitch to the 260 hitting right-hander is bounced on over to the third. Matt Marlow on a hop, tosses to second for 1. Cowley on a first. It's dug out by Jordan Rogers, and the Saints and Dom Dorado get out of a mini jam to end the top of the 5th. We're halfway home at Jackie Robinson Field. 8-2, Saints up comfortably. Bottom of the 5th inning. Jackie Robinson filled 8-2 the Saints lead. Anthony Vasquez here alongside Dylan Escobedo. And Dylan, what have you seen so far from the Saints offense? 8 runs and 7 hits through 4 frames.
Well, this definitely isn't the same Saints offense that we've seen the past 5 games. As we said before going into this game, that they were in a bit of a slump, but it seems that they have gotten out of that slump, getting 8 runs in 5 innings, so they've done their job.
So here's Jared Buhonda making a second at-bat in as many frames. He'll take low ball 1. Jared, a strikeout victim in both at-bats so far. Led off the bottom of the 4th with a K.
Still due for his first hit. Seems like a great time to get it started.
0 for 6. That ball's rocketed over to first, but it finds the glove of the first baseman, Jalen Williams. So Jared Buhonda given a hard 90, even though he lined out over to first. Will be the out number 1 in the bottom of the 5th.
That's unfortunately one of those situations where you hit the ball so hard, but you just hit it right at someone. Not much you can do about that.
Well, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and in that case, Jared Buhonda would rather be lucky and have the first baseman playing a little bit more off the bag. That would have been a sure double. Zed Matt Marlow comes up. Takes inside ball 1. Marlow started out the 5-run bottom of the 4th inning thanks to a single to right field.
And he ended the previous inning with a great double play.
Marshall pulled the string on the breaking ball, got him early out in front, just able to tap that one foul at home plate. It'll be 5, 6, and 7, Buhonda, Marlow, and Jackson Walker. Marlow and Jaywalk, both with base knocks in that 4th. See what Marlow can do against a lefty, Shamir Marshall. I mean, he's ahead of the count 2-1.
Seems when Marshall throws a ball, it's definitely not in the zone, but when he throws a strike, it's there. It's just a matter of distinguishing as a hitter.
It's the inconsistency that's plagued Shamir Marshall all season long in 7 2/3 innings.
And he has another wild pitch there.
3-1. In 7 2/3 innings, he has 8 walks to just 5 strikeouts. Dylan mentioned earlier that 9.39 ERA, more than his innings pitched. Here's the 3-1. Misses outside ball 4, and Matt Marlow, well, has been on base all 3 times today. He'll take a second free pass. And for Shamir Marshall, that's his 2nd walk of the afternoon.
And this brings up red-hot Jack Walker.
Jackson Walker has hit 2 balls hard today. He's been rewarded once with a single into right field. Extended his hitting streak to 4. And if there's anyone who's really taken advantage of these injuries for the Saints, it's Jackson Walker. No Peyton Holt, out with an injury. Dylan Johnson's a little bit sick. Those 2 guys out, and look who's taken advantage in left field, Jackson Walker. This time against the lefty Marshall. And that one's bounced on over to second. Thomas Williams charges, tries to tag the runner, he couldn't, and smartly tosses over to first. And there's 2 gone now with the runner on second, thanks to the fielder's choice. Started by Thomas Williams.
Let's see if the catcher Sanchez stays hot over here, because he has a runner on second base, and early in this game, he was very close to hitting it out.
That's right, 374 down the left field line, and Jacob Sanchez one hop the wall in left field. Only got a double out of it, but don't be too disappointed because that double brought in an RBI. The only run the Saints scored in the bottom of the 2nd inning.
And it really did set the tempo because it did give them the lead, and since then they haven't looked back.
After the Barons started out this game up 2-0 as that ball gets away from Parks in the dirt, ball 1. Barons led off the top of the 1st with 2 runs off of Gavino Rosales. Then the Saints storm back. 8 runs unanswered. Here we are in the bottom of the 5th. Sanchez trying to make it 9 here. 1 ball, no strikes. To the catcher from Texas. Goes to UT Rio Grande Valley. The 1-0. Popped up into left field. It was a little early on the breaking ball.
Little early. He was trying to send that ball over to the Rio Grande Valley.
He ended up breaking his bat. Caught him on that inside. Jammed him a bit. He'll take the stroll up the third base dugout to get a new piece of lumber. When was the last time you broke in a wood bat, Dylan?
Actually, 2 weeks ago. During the at-bat, I looked down and I only had a half a handle in my hand.
Now, was that your bat or was that someone else's?
Fortunately, it was my bat. It gave me an excuse to go out and buy another one.
1 ball, 1 strike, and Sanchez drive in another RBI here, trying to give the Saints their 9th run. Here's the 1-1. Sanchez takes outside, ball 2.
Sanchez today has really had great approaches at the plate. He's definitely looking for his pitch, and during this at bat, it looks like he's still searching for that pitch. Almost had it, just felt it off.
He's been on base a couple times today. And he's one miss away rather from Marshall for being on base for a 3rd time. So far, 9 strikes for Shamir, 15 balls. Having a hard time finding the zone. Came in relief of Galvan in the bottom of the 4th inning as the 3-1 misses outside, ball 4, and the Saints have 1st and 2nd with 2 outs.
Shamir does have a tendency to have a high velocity, but also not very in control of his pitches. That's why he does have a high ERA and a lot of walks.
That's why the pitching coach is coming out to talk to him. He mentioned Samir Marshall came in relief of Galvan in that bottom of the 4th inning and let a lot of runs in, actually 3 against him. And all those runs given to starter Rene Galvan. 3 1/3, 7 hits, 8 runs, 6 of them earned. 3 walks and 3 strikeouts and 19 batters faced for Galvan, who's making his first start for the Barons. He's now out of the game, giving away to Shamir Marshall. And boy, Shamir has worked himself into yet another jam in the bottom of the 5th. 1st and 2nd 2 outs, and Max Blessinger will stride to the plate.
Blessinger with a hit today already is looking at another one, and hopefully an RBI to that category as well.
Blessinger, that hit came in the 2nd inning, flipped a single in a shallow right center, then took a walk in that 5-run bottom of the 4th for the Saints, and here he is with his 3rd plate appearance. And so far through 5 frames hitting for the Saints, only 1 inning has been 1-2-3. Rene Galvan set down Cowley, Donahue, and Wong in order in the 3rd. Here we are in the 5th with 2 runners on, and Blessinger will pop one up into right center. Doug Allen was already playing shallow. He'll make the catch on the run. He had to battle Thomas Williams, who was also running out there as well. But Shamir Marshall gets out of a 1st and 2nd jam. Let's go to the 6th inning. 8-2, Saints out in front. Top of the 6th inning, and a new pitcher is on the mound. Keegan Allen with the Saints up 8-2 in this one. And Dylan, what do you have more on Keegan?
Yeah, Keegan definitely came out looking really sharp today during the warm-up. And that warm-up song that he came out to has definitely intimidated the batters.
Some hell's bells for Keegan Allen. He was a newfound reliever. Pitch against the Barons, actually threw an inning in relief.
His ERA is a bit high, but he's looking to bring that down today and hopefully settle down. With an 8-2 lead, hopefully he does pitch more comfortably.
Look comfortable, the fastball there. That rings in there in the inside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike to the catcher, Jalen Parks.
And Jalen Parks is definitely looking to make up a few of the runs that did get past him because of pass balls.
3 wild pitches in that 4th inning, leading to 3 runs. As Allen misses low and away, 2 balls and 1 strike. So the final line for Dom Dorado, 2 innings pitched, all of them scoreless, 3 strikeouts and 2 hits. So another scoreless outing for Dom Dorado as Parks will chop this one over to third. Matt Marlow has ample amount of time with the catcher running up the first base line. 1 out in the 6th.
When you do get out the leadoff hitter like that, like Keegan Allen just did, it definitely does help you settle down and does change your perspective when you are pitching to these guys.
So top 6, 1 out. Jalen Williams will now stride to the plate. Williams 0 for 2 today, an RBI ground out, also struck out. Facing Keegan Allen for the first time. Allen set at the chest, first pitch. In there for a strike, pumped in there, the fastball, 0-1.
Tied him up with that inside pitch, hit a beautiful inside low corner. Not too much you can do as a hitter with that pitch.
Allen, after starting the first 4 games this summer, really only had 1 good outing in those 4 games. 5 scoreless against the Crawdads on June 25th. Then as a reliever, came out throwing harder, pumping those strikes in against the Barons on Friday night. Struck out 2 and only gave up a hit. Now in his 2nd time as a reliever. He's continuing to work fast from the windup only. Falls behind 2 balls and 1 strike to Jalen Williams.
Sometimes we see pitchers transition from the starting pitcher to the reliever role and just really blossom because they can throw harder and it's a shorter amount of innings
They
pitched.
can really pitch with their hair on fire as well as that fastball zings in there, finding the outside corner. Allen pitching with conviction on this Sunday afternoon.
There is a noticeable difference from the first at-bat to second at-bat in velocity.
Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball. Sweeps across the plate and low in the dirt. That'll fill up the count for Williams.
Not too bad of an idea with 2-2 count. Definitely a chasing pitch, but Allen did not bite into that. Or Williams did not bite into that.
The payoff pitch. Called strike 3 right down the middle. Sanchez brought it up and clipped that lower part of the zone. And Keegan Allen working it early. 2 up, 2 down with relative ease.
Definitely has come out attacking in the first 2 at-bats.
So now Christian Taveras will come up.
His ERA is not a reflection of how he's pitching right now.
Taveras struck out in his last at-bat against Dom Dorado, now facing his 3rd different pitcher today. And Allen delivers low, squeaks under the 5-hole of Sanchez.
Seems that they want to keep Taveras uncomfortable, giving him 3 different pitchers and 3 different at-bats.
The 1-0. Fouled and hit the top of the foot of the home plate umpire back there. Sanchez will walk to Keegan, give him some time.
Umpire made a great stop of that.
Taveras hitting triple twos coming into this game. 222 rather. 12 for 54. Only 4 of them have gone for extra base hits, all of them doubles this season.
Well, hopefully he doesn't add a double today.
It's going to be a tall order against Keegan Allen, who's really pumping in those fastballs.
Keegan Allen definitely has a few fans in his section as well.
A 1-1. Pitch misses outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to the man from Prosper, Texas. Moved to Arkansas as one of the top players over in Arkansas. committed to Oklahoma. Didn't play very much there with the Sooners. Enter the transfer portal. Now he's at West Virginia. As bouncing that one to second is Tavares. He'll make the play to end the inning. Score a scoreless frame for Keegan Allen out of the bullpen. Make that 2 straight for him against the Barons. And we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Saints still out in front, 8-2. Bottom of the 6th inning, and the Academy Barons continue to pull the strings in this one. This is their 3rd pitcher, and it's the hard-throwing righty, Sebastian Diaz.
Yeah, Sebastian Diaz is a hard-throwing pitcher, but he does seem to get into a lot of trouble, having a high ERA of a 5 ERA. The Saints are looking to bring that up today, but he definitely does have the velocity to overpower batters.
The first man he'll face is Jordan Rogers, who takes a ball low and inside. It'll be Rogers, Cowley, and Donahue.
A trio of all-stars coming up to lead it off for the Saints.
Here's the 1-0. In there for a strike. Just clipped that low corner. A hollow of the knee. Rogers visibly frustrated, sighing at the home plate umpire.
I think he was just asking him what he was going to have for dinner.
Here's the 1-1. Swung on and missed. Rogers unleashed on that high fastball.
Definitely a challenging and power pitch. To the hitter, seeing a high fastball like that, your eyes light up.
So far, Arroyo Seco has 7 hits from 7 different hitters. The only guys in the lineup without a base knock today is Matt Wong and Jared Buhonda. They haven't been on base at all. Here's the 1-2. This is low, 2 balls and 2 strikes, and we'll see Matt Wong if anyone gets on in the 6th inning. It'll be Rogers, Cowley, and Donahue. First base, second baseman, and the shortstop in that order. Diaz set from the windup. The 2-2, Rogers early on the breaking ball. Barely taps that one foul behind home plate. Stay alive.
You can definitely tell that was a defensive swing. Let's see if Rogers gets his pitch and is able to drive something in the outfield with 2 strikes on him.
Diaz shakes a couple times. Now finds his pitch with Jalen Parks. Is this the right one? That ball's flipped into left center field. It was, as coming in and making the catch on the run is Julian Boyd. Wasn't exactly how they drew it up. The breaking ball was in the middle of the zone, but it got Jordan Rogers out in front early enough to be out number 1 in the 6th.
Yeah, the pitch definitely wasn't in the zone, but Rogers unfortunately did reach for the pitch.
So Rogers heads back to the dugout 1 for 4. Does have a run scored and 2 RBIs as Drew Cowley will come up. 1 for 3 today, scored a run. Also struck out looking in between in the second at-bat. As he'll take a ball just low, 1-0.
See, Diaz really has been coming in and firing those pitches.
He fires with the 1-0. Fastball misses outside, so 2 consecutive misses to give Cowley a hitter's count. Cowley, after he singled back in his first at-bat in the first, was 6 for 6 in on-base tries in his past 6 plate appearances. He's now ahead of the count 3-1.
No one on 3-0. I'd give him a red light count just to get a base. Bring the on-base percentage of the team up.
The 3-0. He does have the green light, and he takes a strike up and inside. Probably a great take from Cowley, considering he really couldn't do much with that fastball. Zinged up on the inside corner.
Diaz really did dot that pitch, but let's see if he can.
Can you do it again here to fill up the count? Diaz will deliver a fastball that's fouled off. Full count now to Drew Cowley.
Diaz battles back with 2 strikes, but most pitchers today have found most of their issues and hits coming from 2 pitches, so let's see how he ends up closing this one out.
Drew Cowley, the headsy veteran hitter, getting ready to play his graduate season with the Oregon Ducks. Also the CCL All-Star game, and the full count pitch is bounced on over to the first baseman Williams. He'll toss it over to Diaz, and there's 2 up, 2 down here in the bottom of the 6th.
Seems as if Diaz's junk and his fastballs are actually very efficient today, getting 2 outs with his first 2 at-bats.
11 pitches with those 2 out. Make that 12 pitches with those 2 outs, rather. Battle back from down 3-0 to Drew Cowley to force him to bounce out. So Drew is 1 for 4, and here's Kyson Donahue, who's 1 for 2 today with a walk and a 2-run home run in the bottom of the first inning to straightaway center field to put the Saints on the board early. First pitch from Diaz. Misses outside. 1-0.
Good change of speed from Diaz, especially considering how hard he does throw. Not a bad idea for a first pitch, just missed the outside.
Righty-lefty matchup, Sebastian Diaz versus the hot-hitting Kyson Donahue. And that ball's laced up the left field line, foul.
I think Kyson's trying to add another home run to his stat line.
Donahue, one of 5 All-Stars. Going to be represented in the CCL Showcase game on Bally Sports TV. First pitch will be at 7 o'clock. Workouts begin at 2:30. If you want to see Kyson Donahue, head on over to the MLB Academy in Compton, California. As Donahue swings and misses 1 ball and 2 strikes. Drew Cowley, Matt Wong, Cooper Harris, who has the off day today, the other All-Stars on the hitting side. Chris Stamos, the lights-out reliever for the Saints, will also be a CCL All-Star in his 2nd season with Arroyo Seco. Sebastian Diaz has Donahue in a 1-2 hole. Can he finish him off here? From the windup, the righty deals. That ball's foul right back at us. We'll do it again.
I was going to say, I was ready to put on a glove and be the 10th fielder out there.
Instead, Jake Porter heads out and gets the foul balls. Matt Wong eagerly waiting on deck. One of 2 Saints who have yet to be on base today. Actually, one of 2 Saints to not have a base knock as well.
I think they wanted everyone else to get one first. They're very courteous.
See what Donnie can do.
Good take.
2 balls, 2 strikes. So if Donahue doesn't get on, this will be only the 2nd time the Saints have been retired in order. Rene Galvan retired Cowley, Donahue, and Wong in the bottom of the 3rd. And so far, Sebastian Diaz has retired Rogers and Cowley. And he's got Donahue even 2-2. 6th pitch of the at-bat on the way. 18th of the inning for Sebastian Diaz. He is swung on and missed strike 3. The ball will get away from Parks. Donahue hustling up the line, and Jalen Parks just walking to the baseball. Will not have a play, but it looks like home plate umpire says it's a strike 3. A little bit of confusion. Now the players are run off. So it looks like Parks didn't miss the ball after all. Donahue will be out, advancing to actually out on the strikeout, and that will end the 6th inning. So a little bit of a confusing ending, but the Saints go down 1-2-3. We go to the 7th, 8-2. Saints still way out in front. Top of the 7th inning here at Jackie Robinson Field. The Saints are way out in front, 8-2, thanks to a 5-run bottom of the 4th inning. And Keegan Allen, who pitched a 1-2-3-6, will now give way to Mitchell Scott, the righty.
Mitchell Scott, with the violent release, is also a pitcher for Berkeley, and he's looking to translate that success to Pasadena as well.
Gave up an earned run in his last 2 appearances, 5 innings. In the 7-3 loss of the Foresters, he gave up just 1 earned run, walked 1 and hit a batter. Then in 2 innings, gave up an earned run to the Barons, a 12-6 win back on July 9th. He'll deliver a first pitch ball, 1-0 the count. Pitch from Scott, swung on and missed. 1-1 the count to the right fielder, Doug Allen. 0 for 2 today with the strikeout.
Doug Allen has been a very busy man in right field. He has gotten a lot of action out there.
Also showcasing his speed out there in right. That's the 1-1. Fouled off to the screen behind home plate. Despite being 0 for 2, Allen's gotten on base once today. Back in the 2nd inning, an error thanks to Saints starter Gavino Rosales. Gavino went 3 and gave up 2. After that, 3 scoreless. 2 from Dom Dorado and 1 from Keegan Allen. Can Mitchell Scott keep that trend? Well, he's close to it here as he absolutely fooled Doug Allen with a nice curveball. 1 up, 1 down with relative ease for Mitchell Scott.
Mitchell Scott just coming in and dominating and just absolutely pulling a string on Allen. Beautiful off speed to strike him out.
Now it's the Harvard Crimson Spencer Williams.
Seems as if we have a little East Coast, West Coast collegiate battle.
Cal versus Harvard. Mitchell Scott calling Berkeley home. The righty delivers. It's fouled off towards the right, now to play. You can move the mic up a bit. There you go. It'll be Allen Williams and Kamayu Neighbors. Kamayu's been on base all 3 times today. As that fastball skips in there and one hops over the glove of Jacob Sanchez.
It seems as if Neighbors has done everything but get out.
The question is, will he come up with the runner on base or with them clear? 1-1, 1 out. Pitch from Mitchell Scott is bounced up the first base line towards the Barons dugout off of their fencing and foul.
With the 1-2 count, he's really setting the tempo this inning of attacking batters and working around his count. Let's see if he can close it out.
Let's also see what Mitchell Scott goes to. The 1-2 goes with a breaking ball and it misses way outside. Sanchez had to reach into the left-hander's batter's box for that one.
Not too much hurt from a pitch like that. Fortunately, he is ahead of the count to where he is able to burn a pitch like he just did.
The 2-2 goes with a breaking ball and he's got his second strikeout of the inning. Spencer Williams foul tips that one into the glove of Jacob Sanchez, and it's now 2 up, 2 down in the 7th thanks to a couple Ks from the righty Mitchell Scott.
Mitchell has come out this inning and has really shown what he is able to do.
Let's see what he can do against Kamayu Neighbors, the man who's virtually impossible to strike out.
Or just get out in general.
That's right. The pesky leadoff hitter, now hitting .338 on the season. He shows bunt and takes inside, ball 1.
And even if Neighbors does get on base, he does try to get into the pitcher's head as much as he can. Really a good dancer out on the base paths.
Scott set. The 0-1. That'll go in the dirt. So despite going 0 for 2 against the Foresters, that had snapped his 5-game hitting streak in that 12-0 loss, he has an on-base streak that can rival anybody in the CCL.
With a 3-0 count, it's just a completely different approach from Scott. Let's see if he does battle back or just chooses to give the free pass to Neighbors.
The 3-0. Misses ball 4, so Kamayu Neighbors, the lone broad spot for the Barons so far, is on base for his 4th time today. And we mentioned the crazy leadoff abilities for Kamayu. The last time he failed to get on base was June 8th against the Blues. He went 0 for 1 with an RBI. That was the last time he has failed to get on base, and here we are, July 17th. Neighbors ready to play that CCL All-Star game as well. So he'll take the lead off first. Julian Boyd will step in.
I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't get out at that All-Star game.
Boyd 1 for 3 today with the strikeout. Mitchell Scott delivers a first pitch strike that hums the inside part of the plate.
Completely different approach from Neighbors to Boyd. First pitch fastball attacking him. Didn't seem as if Neighbor got any of those pitches.
We also haven't seen Kamayu Neighbors attempt to steal second base yet. Leads the team with the 11. Doesn't go here, and that pitch runs inside and nails Julian Boyd on the lower back. So after getting the first 2 outs via the K, Mitchell Scott has allowed Neighbors to walk, and he hits Julian Boyd. That'll give way to Max Diaz with 2 runners on and 2 outs.
Maxwell Diaz definitely has the physical tools to be a great hitter, but let's see if he can get the bat on the ball.
He's already gotten a base knock once. 1 for 3 today. Diaz will take a strike, 0-1. He's also struck out. So far, Saints pitching has 8 strikeouts combined, including 2 for Mitchell Scott to start out the top of the 7th. Worked himself in a little bit of jam. There's Neighbors dancing off of second base, and a perfect breaking ball. Snaps right in there for strike 2.
It seems as if the dancing doesn't really affect Scott, just attacks Diaz with that pitch. Beautiful off speed.
Scott set at the belt. Doesn't even look towards second. Neighbors off to third. Throw on down, and they got him. Kamayu Neighbors try to pick the pocket of Mitchell Scott, and Mitch was not having any of that stuff. He ends the top of the 7th, nailing Kamayu Neighbors at third. It's time to stretch here at Jackie Robinson Field. 8-2, Saints out in front. Sebastian Diaz out there for a second inning of work in the bottom of the 7th inning as the sun just about setting here in Pasadena. It'll be Matt Wong, Jared Buhonda, and Matt Marlow due up. This inning is important for both Wong and Buhonda as they're the only 2 Saints so far who have yet to have a base knock. Wong will try and change that here against Diaz. First pitch, line down the left field line. Look out. That pitch was fouled over towards the third base dugout for the Saints. 0-1.
It looked like Wong got the pitch he wanted. He was just too excited and jumped on it too quickly.
It's one of those where your eyes get big, you see the pitch, and you're out in front, and you foul it way back.
Sometimes the pitch you want is the hardest pitch to hit.
You go 1. Swung on and missed. The sweeping slider got Matt Wong out in front.
Diaz's high ERA is definitely not showing today. He worked through the last inning with ease, and he's 0-2 to Wong, so let's see how he does attack him now.
Well, Jalen Parks is going out to talk to Seb Diaz, trying to figure out what pitch he's about to throw. You got Matt Wong out in front, and you got him swinging the slider.
I overheard them talking about dinner plans.
Jalen Parks. Catcher has really had a rough day. He could use a good dinner. The day could get a lot easier if you can get Wong out here to start the bottom of the 7th. 8-2 lead for the Saints. All 8 runs scored in the first 4 frames. The 0-2 from Diaz to Matt Wong is popped up behind home plate. Racing on over is Jalen Williams. So is Parks, and Parks will make the grab. Halfway up the first baseline in foul territory in front of the Barons dugout, and there's 1 out.
Diaz has gotten 4 consecutive outs. I think the Saints just have to get 1 runner on and kind of disrupt the motion that he has.
That's right. Diaz set down the order 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 6th. Only the 2nd time today the Saints have been set down 1-2-3. And now here's Jared Buhonda. 0 for 3 today, couple strikeouts in his last at-bat. Hit his hardest hit ball of the season, lacing a line drive that was caught by Jalen Williams at first.
Buhonda really did piece the ball, just really unlucky, hitting it right at the first baseman.
Now 0 for 8 this season with the Saints. But the fact that he hit 4th yesterday against the Slow Blues and he's hitting 5th today, even with Wong and Kyson in the lineup, same thing with Matt Marlow, shows you how much trust this Saints hitting staff has in him. He'll take a strike on the inside corner, 0-1.
Baseball really is an interesting sport. Buhan is 0 for 9, but if he gets 3 hits, he's hitting above
That's right.
average. 3 for 12, wow. Not too many sports where 33% is great.
Diaz set, the 0-1 to Bahanda. Misses outside. 1 ball and 1 strike. But despite being 0 for 9, Bahanda delivered a couple RBIs earlier on in the game yesterday against the Slow Blues.
He's connected on the ball, but unfortunately he's just gotten really unlucky and just hitting it right at the defenders.
Bahanda checks his swing, but the fastball nails that outside corner, and once again, Jared's find himself in a 1 ball, 2 strike hole. The 1-2. Popped up on the infield. Third baseman Christian Taveras and Jalen Parks running out there. Parks dives, so does Taveras. They almost collide, but thankfully they look to be okay. The ball finds grass, and we'll do it again.
Seems as if there's too much effort and not enough communication. That really could have been a dangerous play if they both had dove at the same time.
And who do you think has the ball in that situation? Who has the rights to it, the catcher or the third baseman?
The catcher's running down. The third baseman's running down. Catcher has to run up. So typically, I would think the third baseman should get in, considering the gear the catcher has on as well.
It's a lot to run with.
It's also considering how far third baseman is. It's kind of almost no man's land.
Ball bounced foul right in front of the Saints' third base dugout. Gave Jared Bahanda an extra opportunity here in the 7th.
Let's see if he capitalizes on the opportunity and gets his first hit.
Center field, left field playing deep. Right fielder Doug Allen playing very shallow. The 1-2. In the dirt, 2 balls, 2 strikes, and that actually hit Jared Bahanda. So Jared's on base for the first time in his Arroyo Seco mini career. A 1-out base runner now for Matt Marlow.
Hey, sometimes all it takes is getting on base that one time to get it started. Hopefully the season does turn around for Bahanda now.
And the Saints are definitely going to need him. The fact that he's hitting 5th once again shows you how much Coach Milam likes him. The new guy just showed up and played his first game with the Slow Blues yesterday. So from one newbie to a rather massive Saints veteran, Matt Marlow. Matt's walked a couple times today, and his only official at-bat got a base hit. Singled, he's 1 for 1 today.
Marlow has shown great discipline at the plate today, drawing 2 walks. He really knows what pitch he wants to see, and if it's not that pitch, he's not going to swing.
And it really speaks to the disciplined approach from Matt Marlow. It's been a while since he worked a walk. Actually, the last time he got a free pass was July 9th, but he's worked 2 today. Really been a key hitter for the Saints in their 8-run onslaught of the Barons. 1-1. And if you remember, Matt Marlow has 2 home runs on the year. His first coming on June 25th to left field over in Walnut Creek, the Bay Area, on the Central California road trip. That would really turned the page for Matt Marlow's season. At that point, he was hitting just .215. As the 1-1, 2 is flipped up towards the shortstop. Kamayu Neighbors will make the catch. Bahanda was way off the bag, and it'll be one of the more easier double plays we've seen today. Jared Bahanda must have thought there were 2 outs because he was 3/4 of the way to second base, and that is how this 7th inning ends for Arroyo Seco. We'll see if that's a moot point. Right now, it looks to be top of the 8th coming up. 8-2, Saints lead. Top of the 8th inning, and a new pitcher is on the mound. One of the youngest players on the team, just graduating from Flint Ridge Prep. It is Spencer Sid.
Spencer Sid, the local prospect, throws very hard from a left-handed pitcher. At 18 years old, touching the 90s.
So he'll face Max Diaz starting things off, then Thomas Williams and Jalen Parks. First pitch. Misses the zone, ball 1.
Spencer throws the ball very hard, but another thing is his ball does move a lot.
He's got that wicked movement. The 1-0 shows it on display right there. A fastball that paints the inside corner. Sid hasn't pitched a lot, though. Last appearance was July 6th against the Barons over in Compton. Gave up a run in 2 innings along with 3 hits. This one's chopped over to short. Donahue, a little bit of an in-between hop. It'll get past him, and it'll allow Max Diaz to get on base with a likely E6.
Fortunately, not too much hurt by that error. You have a force now and allows the infield to get a double play.
So Kyson Donahue will get charged with the error. That'll be his 9th already on the season.
Fortunately, he does make it up with the bat.
That's right, and Donahue, those 9 errors, by far the team leader. 6 more than the next closest player. So Diaz will lead off at first, as the first pitch to Thomas Williams is in the dirt.
That seems to be the trend now with a lot of players. High flash of power, high flash of speed, but just some of the more fundamental things just seem to be lagging a little bit, such as defense and different approaches altogether from players now.
1-0 to Thomas Williams, chopped up the third baseline foul. 1 ball and 1 strike the count. Thomas 1 for 2 in the afternoon. Hitting in that cleanup spot, also walked today, so he's been on base a couple times. For the Saints, using their 5th pitcher already, just trying to give everybody an inning of work. This being an 8-2 game. The 1-0 misses inside, 2 balls, no strikes.
Going into the All-Star break as well just gives you those extra few days to relax everyone, change your mindset, and going into it with a win just helps altogether.
And the Saints will have 3 days off, barring the All-Star game. Next game for the Arroyo Seco Saints is here on Thursday night. As Spencer Sid hits Thomas Williams on the leg with that pitch. The fastball ran inside. And the Barons quickly at first and second with nobody out.
The ball that hit Williams almost traveled back to the dugout. That was not a slowly thrown ball.
Spencer Williams is a flamethrower with that left hand. Just graduated from Flint Ridge Prep, a high school where he threw 2 no-hitters his senior year. Getting ready to call UC San Diego his new home. Getting ready to play his freshman year. Going to be teammates with Cole Dale as well. First pitch on the way to Jalen Parks in there for a strike. The UC San Diego Tritons, it's set to play under head coach Eric Newman. Just wrapped up his 11th year with the Tritons. UC San Diego, only their 2nd year as a D1 team. The 0-1, perfectly placed, no balls and 2 strikes.
Looks like he really has settled down after hitting Williams, and now he has Parks 0-2. And Parks is someone who, if I were the Barons, I would want to bring in some runs, considering the few errors that he has had have been run-causing errors.
The 0-2 with 2 runners on, it's laced into right center field. That'll split the gap and roll all the way to the wall. Hustling after it is Max Blessinger. 1 run scores in Boyd. And holding at third is Thomas Williams with a ringing double to right center field for Jalen Parks. It's an 8-3 ball game. And with second and third, nobody out, here comes pitching coach Josh Goose Brown out there to talk to a struggling lefty. It's an earned run, though, as the error from Kyson Donahue allowed Julian Boyd to reach base. It's an 8-3 game Here on the top of the 8th, and Dylan, you definitely don't want to play with fire here with the 5-run lead that can be easily brought down by this Barons offense.
You definitely don't want that, but sometimes what happens is because Spencer throws the ball so hard, there's not too much you have to do as a hitter. You just really have to go with the ball and just play small ball. And the Barons have done that and capitalized on the opportunities that Sid has given them.
So MLB Academy can make this a save situation game if they bring both runners who currently stand in scoring position with nobody out. 8-3 ball game. Jacob Sanchez going to talk to Spencer Sid. Julian Boyd led off this inning, getting on base thanks to a Kyson Donahue error. Then Thomas Williams was hit by a pitch. Max Diaz was the runner who got on base thanks to an error. Jalen Parks ripped a double that split the gap in right center field. That was Jalen Williams, today's first baseman and 6-hitter. Williams 0 for 3 today. Does have an RBI and a couple Ks. And he'll take a first pitch fastball right in there from Spencer Sid. Infield back for the Saints. Smartly will trade it out for a run here. Of course, in an 8-3 ball game, but don't want to allow too much momentum to go on the side of the Barons. Spencer Sid quickly works back after the mound visit from Goose. No balls, 2 strikes.
Spencer had Parks 0-2 as well, so let's see what pitch he pitches to Williams in this at-bat.
The 0-2 goes with the fastball, and Jacob Sanchez picks that one up high in the top part of the zone.
That was a better approach with no balls and 2 strikes because you definitely don't want to give him a pitch he can hit with that count. And that's what he seemed to do with Parks, and Parks just seemed to capitalize on that situation.
Williams 4 for 23 on the season. Sid's ahead of them 1-2. That ball's fouled up the first baseline. We'll do it again. 4th pitch of the at-bat coming up.
The 3 runs that the Saints have given up were all on 2-strike counts. So let's see if they continue to struggle with that 2-strike count or it actually helps them out this time.
Sid set of the belt. The 1-2 misses inside. Brushes Williams off of the plate. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Still nobody out, and the Barons have 2nd and 3rd.
This pitch can be really crucial in Spencer's confidence because you don't want to lose him.
The 2-2. Tapped foul off to the right. Williams making this a tough at-bat for the young left-hander.
With runners on 2nd and 3rd, if you're Spencer, you really need a strikeout pitch right here because you don't even want to give up a sac fly.
The 2-2 popped up in foul territory. Will Matt Marlow have enough room? He reaches over and will make the catch at the end of the Saints dugout. And there's one gone. Sort of a tough play for Matt Marlow.
That was a great effort to go over and read that pop fly and play it right next to the dugout.
So Spencer Sid's only run given up is still unearned. But the Barons still threatening. 2nd and 3rd and 1 out. Christian Taveras, the hitter.
And Taveras today has faced 4 different pitchers in 4 different at-bats.
Saints have thrown 5 different hurlers at the Barons, of course, with the All-Star break to contend with. Saints just opting to go with a pitcher by committee, just getting everybody some work in before a 3-day break.
And Spencer now goes against his first left-handed batter. Coming from a left-handed pitcher, let's see how he attacks the left-handed batter.
The 0-1 goes with the breaking ball in the 2nd pitch that misses the zone. So far, Spencer Sid, 4 outings this summer. Only 1 of them has been scoreless. That was easily the best outing. June 24th against the Stompers, where he struck out 5 hitters in 2 innings. The 1-1's fouled back, so Spencer Sid ahead of yet another hitter. This time it's Christian Taveras.
See if Spencer can help himself out and finally settle down, get 2 outs, and hopefully get out of this inning a lot quicker. Considering that he had runners on 2nd and 3rd, impressive how he's battled back.
The 1-2 just misses on the outside corner. Sid tried to surprise Taveras with that fastball. Ended up doing so, but it missed the zone.
I think the umpire was a bit surprised too. He didn't seem to call that a strike.
Sid working quickly. Set of the belt, the 2-2. Breaking ball. And all Christian Taveras can do is flip out the bat and whack it foul. He'll stay alive. Another 2-2. This time it's chopped to the left side. Matt Marlow fumbles with the ball, and in foul territory, he'll just have to eat it. Toss over to second base. He's got the catcher, Jalen Parks, rung up for the second out. So not exactly how Arroyo Seco drew it up. Matt Marlow bobbles the ball and opts to go for second. And he'll get the big catcher out at second base for the second out. Advancing the first throw is Taveras, and the run will score for the Barons. It's an 8-4 ball game in the top of the 8th.
Well, Spencer did what he had to do. He forced a ground ball. He's no longer in the jam with the runners in second and third. Now it's just a runner on first.
So it's a fielder's choice for Taveras. Now it's Doug Allen's turn. And he'll take a first pitch breaking ball in there for a strike.
Well, you know that Doug Allen has the speed, but can he get on base is a real question. Shown flashes of the speed out in right field, robbing a couple of hits.
The 0-1. Allen takes the bat off his shoulders, checks the swing, no appeal needed. 1 ball and 1 strike with Christian Taveras off at first. 8-4 Saints lead in the top of the 8th inning. Barons down to their final 4 outs. The 1-1. The breaking ball misses high. Max Diaz started the inning, getting on base thanks to an error by shortstop Kyson Donahue. Thomas Williams was hit by a pitch. Jalen Parks ripped a RBI double to right center. Williams popped out to the third baseman Marlow in foul territory. Taveras a fielder's choice. And now he's got Doug Allen ahead of the count, 1 ball, 2 strikes after that healthy swing and miss from the right fielder.
That was a great pitch. Way to pull the string and force Allen off, just off balance. Let's see how he attacks him now. The fastball is going to look that much faster after that off speed.
The 1-2 goes with a fastball, and it brings Doug Allen down to his knees, buckled him a bit, but it just misses inside.
He almost had Allen on a highlight reel. That was almost a beautiful strike 3 pitch. But now we have Deuces Wild with 2 outs and 2 strikes and 2 balls.
The pitch from Sid. In the dirt, ball 4. Doug Allen will walk. The count was actually a full count, and now advancing to third is Christian Taveras, and Jacob Sanchez won't even attempt to throw down. Looked like Jacob was jogging towards the ball, and Christian Taveras said, "Thank you very much. I'll take the extra 90 feet." And the Barons have him cornered with 2 outs. So bullpen starting to stir for the Saints, as 9-hitter Spencer Williams will come up. 8-4 ball game. And if the Barons were to score 1 more run, you might see Goose come out and make the pitching change. But for now, this is Spencer Sid's at-bat.
I think Sanchez just wanted to have a force at any base now.
Go to either first or second. First pitch to the Harvard. Crimson is lined into center field. Racing on back is Wong. It's over his head and it'll one-hop the wall. 1 run will score. A second on its way as the umpire will put 2 hands in the air. As crossing home plate is Doug Allen, but he'll have to go back to third. A ground rule double was called off of Spencer Sid. So 1 run will score on that. It's an 8-5 ball game now. 8-4 rather. So it looks like the ground rule double was called. Doug Allen will have to go back to third, and Goose will come out to make the pitching change. So Spencer Sid will come out of the ball game, giving up some more runs. It's all of a sudden an 8-5 game in the top of the 8th. We'll be right back. Top of the 8th inning, and all of a sudden the Barons have working their way back. 3 runs in this inning alone. They are in the top of the 8th, and here to stop the fire is the fireman Jake Porter, the righty from BYU. He'll face Kamayu Neighbors. First pitch on the way, misses, ball 1.
And we know how tough of an out Neighbors is. As a matter of fact, he's only gotten out once today, and that was because he was caught stealing third base.
3-run ball game and 2 runners in scoring position for the hot-hitting Neighbors, who's been on all 4 times today. He'll chop this one up the middle. Cowley will take it, and he's got no play. He'll toss it over to third. Tag is not in time. An RBI infield single for Kamayu Neighbors. It's a 2-run ball game, and now the go-ahead run will come to the plate.
That was a tough play for Cowley, unfortunately. It was just a pretty soft hit ball to second base. Not much you can do because he didn't have very much time to do anything with the ball.
So another run goes to Spencer Sid. Now the Saints have scored. The Saints have surrendered 4 runs to the Academy Barons, and all of a sudden it's an 8-6 ball game in the top of the 8th. Neighbors, the tying run, is a speedster on first. Jake Porter set at the belt. First pitch to Julian Boyd, misses upstairs, ball 1.
And with Neighbors on first, I would almost bet that he is going to try to steal second.
So the Barons have batted around. All 9 hitters in the lineup coming to the plate in the top of the 8th inning. 4 runs already in. There's the 1-0. In there for a strike, 1-1 the count.
Jake Porter started the season off a little bit cold, but as of late in his past 3 starts, they've been shutout innings. So let's hope that he does continue that.
Boyd 1 for 3 today with a run scored, also struck out. Porter set. Here's the 1-1. Line in the left field, racing on over the left fielder Walker, and it's thankfully foul. As that ball had blue pit written all over it, and with Neighbors' speed, he would have been on third base in an 8-7 ball game. Instead, it's allowed strike number 2.
They're 1 pitch away from really setting or going into the dugout after a long inning.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Can Porter get that one measly strike to get the Saints back to the dugout? The 1-2. Called strike 3 on the up and away corner. So Jake Porter puts out the fire and holds the Barons with a go-ahead run at the plate. But the Saints all of a sudden in a ball game. Bottom of the 8th inning coming up. Arroyo Seco looking for some insurance in a 2-run game. Bottom of the 8th inning, and all of a sudden, this is a very close game. The Barons have made this from 8-2 to 8-6 in half an inning, and out to keep this deficit at 2 is the big 6'7" righty, Braden Williams.
Yeah, Braden Williams is has a whopping height of 6'7", and as a pitcher, that definitely is a pro for you. But unfortunately, Braden does not have the best control. So let's see if he has it today.
That's right. He only had 2 appearances with the Barons. Only got 2 outs in each appearance. 4 walks, 2 earned runs, and he's only given up 1 hit. So Braden Williams will have his work cut out for him here as the hot-hitting Jackson Walker will lead off the bottom of the 8th. Jay walks 1 for 3 on the day. He's just extended his hitting streak to 4 games. Finally getting some run in the lineup as he chops a fastball foul up the first baseline. A little bit of an excuse-me hack from the left fielder. And that hot streak for Jackson Walker has got his average up now to 288 on the season. A night and day difference from where it was maybe a week and a half ago. It was the low 200s.
All you need is one good week to turn your season around, and it seems as if Walker has had that week.
The 0-1 from Williams. Misses inside. Walker had a dip out of the way of that one.
Let's see if the Saints stays disciplined up there, because we know that Walker is very inconsistent when it comes to accuracy. So let's see if they can stay patient and find the right pitch.
Jackson now 7 for his last 14 in his past 4 appearances. The 1-1. Misses low. Great take from Jackson. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Going against a 6'7" pitcher, Anthony, wouldn't you say that's pretty intimidating?
Well, we have a 6'7" pitcher of our own in Jacob Widener. Remember, he had 10 strikeouts against the OC Riptide last week out of practically nowhere. Let's see what the Barons' own 6'7" pitcher can do. Walker, healthy hack, makes it 2-2.
Walker was trying to make that a 3-run game with that swing, and if he did connect, it would have been a 3-run game.
Walker has a lot of power towards left center field. Against the Foresters, he had a couple hits the other way. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Williams delivers a breaking ball in the dirt to fill up the count.
It's actually a pretty decent block at the plate by Parks there to stop that pass ball.
That catcher certainly had a rough day, hasn't he, Dylan?
He certainly has. And coming from a former catcher, those days can be the absolute worst. It's a very physically demanding position, so you want to get as much enjoyment as you can.
Payoff pitch from Williams to the hot-hitting Jackson Walker. Misses up and away, ball 4. So a leadoff walk for Arroyo Seco, and that's really been the boogeyman for the pitcher, Braden Williams. That's now his 5th walk in barely 2/3 of a frame.
That was a great at-bat by Walker as well. Really staying disciplined up at that plate, only swinging at the 2 strikes that he did see. That's what you want from a leadoff hitter. Getting on base, walking, and creating a battle.
So Sebastian Diaz, a little bit surprising move here to take him out. 2 perfect innings in the 6th and 7th inning, and now they bring in Braden Williams in the 8th, and he's walked a batter already. Now the pitching coach is coming out to meet him.
I guess the pitching coach saw something he really didn't like from that previous at-bat.
Maybe a mechanical mistake?
It's got to be. At 6'7", I'd have to imagine that being so lanky and tall as you are, those mechanics are very hard to keep in tune.
Home plate umpire will come out and break up the little rendezvous on the mound. Braden Williams still talking with Jalen Parks in the whole infield after the pitching coach departs. Jackson Walker will lead off first. Jacob Sanchez the hitter, and Max Blessinger to follow.
I think they fear Jackson Walker that much. It seems as if they're trying to develop a game plan now that he's gotten on base. Could he either be Walker or Sanchez, considering Sanchez has had 2 very deep fly balls in the outfield. One of them was a home run. The other one could have been.
Sanchez is 1 for 1. Walked a couple times. Just missed a home run, rather. Had to settle for an RBI double in the bottom of the 2nd inning. Here he is here in his 4th plate appearance. Facing off against the righty Braden Williams. First pitch swinging is Sanchez. 0-1.
Braden just seemed to start off the at-bats with a strike, but he does tend to lose them
throughout the at-bat.
8-6 in the bottom of the 8th inning. Coming into the 8th, it was 8-2. The Barons struck for 4 in the top half of the 8th. Saints looking for some insurance as Jacob Sanchez, a second healthy hack, puts him in an 0-2 hole.
I think he was expecting fastball on that one. The off-speed ended up pulling the string on him with that swing.
Braden Williams has yet to strike anybody out, this being only his 3rd appearance, though, with the Barons. 2/3, 2 runs for an ERA of 27. Williams set. Walker dancing off at first base. The 0-2. Line into right center field. That is falling fast, and that'll get down for a base hit. Jackson Walker hustling around second. He'll arrive at third, and the Saints are in business in the bottom of the 8th. Jacob Sanchez, his second base knock, corners him with nobody out.
Two strikes on him. Sanchez really changed the approach. Had a contact swing, ended up finding the outfield with a little bloop hit. With 2 strikes, not too much you can ask for through Sanchez. And now you have runners on 1st and 3rd, no out. This is an ideal situation for the Saints, who gave up too many runs that last inning.
So the Barons take out Sebastian Diaz, who tossed 2 perfect innings, striking out 1. They replace him with Braden Williams, and now he's got a massive jam here. 1st and 3rd, nobody out for Max Blessinger, who's 1 for 2.
Blessinger is a problem on the base paths as well, so he is not someone you wanted to get on base.
First pitch, misses inside, ball 1. Once again, 1st and 3rd, nobody out. Max Blessinger has the ability to lay down a lot of bunts. Last time we were here on Friday, Max Blessinger laid one of the best bunts of the summer, putting it up the 3rd base line. Just stayed fair by a few feet. There's the 1-0. Doesn't show bunt. And the breaking ball floats low, ball 2.
Seems like that aspect of small ball is slowly starting to die. You see batters starting to bunt less and less and less. I think home runs are a little nicer.
Max Blessinger still yet to hit a home run. He's already hit 2, though, at this field, just for PCC and his time at Maranatha High School. There goes Sanchez off to second. Parks will opt to throw down. It's not in time, and the throw will get into center field. Error on Jalen Parks will score Jackson Walker some much-needed insurance. It's now 9-6, and advancing to 3rd is Jacob Sanchez.
That is 4 runs on Parks at home plate. 3 pass balls and 1 wild throw. Not the most defensively sound.
It's been a rough day for Jalen Parks behind the plate, tossing that one into center field. And now Arroyo Seco's 10th run is now 90 feet away. 2 balls, 1 strike. Braden Williams set. The pitch to Blessinger. Line into left center field, base hits. Arroyo Seco getting a lot of those runs back. It's 10-6. A ringing single by Max Blessinger. And could that be the hit that gets him hot?
What a start to an inning. You get your first 2 runners on. Both runners end up scoring, and there's still no outs with a runner on first. Ideal start. And it really does kill that rally the Barons did have going on that last inning.
So for that pitch at least, Braden Williams gave up a run that was unearned. That's now been changed to a couple earned runs for Braden Williams. Now with Blessinger leading off at first, the lineup will flip over with Jordan Rogers. Williams set at the belt. The pitch. Fastball that misses the inside corner. 1 ball and no strikes.
And Braden has his work cut out for him now, because he has to go against a trio of all-stars, the top of the lineup for the Saints.
After Rogers, it is those trios of all-stars, Cowley, Donahue, and Wong. But first, a more than capable hitter in Rogers, and he gets hit right on the backside. A lot of cushioning down below the belt. Turned out of that one. 1st and 2nd, still nobody out. And the lineup continues with Drew Cowley.
We're really starting to see those walks starting to hurt Walker now. Slowly starting to get to him.
And we're also seeing that lack of control from Williams rear its ugly head during a time where the Barons really need outs, and they really would have liked to keep this game at a 2-run deficit. Instead, a couple already in. Bottom of the 8th inning, and it's Drew Cowley with 1st and 2nd. First pitch from Williams. Misses outside, ball 1, and once again, the day does not get any better for Jalen Parks. Ball tips off his glove, and the 2 runners on will advance 90 feet. It's now second and third, nobody out.
At this point, you have to really wonder if is it on Parks for the error or is it on the coach for keeping him in there. And with runners on second and third, I would not want to be the pitcher going against Cali at the moment.
Couple runners in scoring position for Drew Cowley. Infield in for the Barons, the 1-0. Misses inside, 2 balls, no strikes. Braden Williams having a hard time finding the zone.
Is that 6 consecutive balls from Braden? The lack of control is really starting to show.
And it might spell the end for Academy if Williams doesn't figure it out fast. The 2-0 misses up high, 3-0. Parks had a get out of his stance for that one.
That pitch just looked like all mechanics were thrown out the window. No finish, no proper delivery. Just seemed as if he was rushing through it.
Can Drew Cowley break this game open? Saints losers of 5 consecutive games on the doorstep of ending that streak here tonight. Drew Cowley will take ball 4 to load the bases for who else? Kyson Donahue.
Donahue already has a home run today, but he's looking at a grand slam to that stat line.
We'll have to do it against a brand new pitcher as Braden Williams comes in, faces 5 hitters, and allows all of them to get on base. 2 hits and 3 walks with a 6-7 righty, and that spells the end of it for him. Saints still threatening, though. Bottom of the 8th inning with a chance to really blow this game open and put the dagger through MLB Academy. We'll be right back. 10-6, Arroyo Seco leads. Two already in for the Saints in the bottom of the 8th, and with nobody out, Kyson Donahue striding the plate looking for more, but he'll have to face a new pitcher, Dylan. Anthony Corrales, the de facto closer for the Academy.
Yeah, Corrales definitely does throw the ball hard. Not too much movement to the pitch, but when you throw that hard, sometimes you don't need as much movement. As a hitter, you don't have to do too much. I wouldn't try to play hero ball, just stay within yourself. And considering you have the runners, or you have the bases loaded, a very ideal situation.
And Corrales got the save over on Friday. Pitched an inning in relief for the Academy Barons. And he's worked himself into a heat, well, Braden Williams, rather, has worked himself into a heat of trouble. Can Anthony Corrales get out of it? Bases loaded, nobody out. Saints looking to put the dagger through the Academy. First pitch, misses up and away, ball 1.
And Donahue is not the guy you want to see in a situation with bases loaded and no outs. Already has 1 home run a day. He wants to add a grand slam to that stat line.
Corrales has had a hard time finding the zone this summer. 8 2/3 innings, 10 walks. He's behind Donahue, 1 ball, no strikes. Now it's 1-1, able to work back with the fastball that finds the black.
That's a smart take by Donahue. With bases loaded, you don't want to swing at a pitch like that and hit a ground ball causing a double play. Stay disciplined up there and really find your pitch.
5 consecutive hitters for the Saints have all gotten on base against Braden Williams, who's now out of the game. This is Anthony Corrales' time to break out of the jam. The 1-1, a healthy hack from Donahue's fouled behind home plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Donahue just missed that pitch on a low inside fastball like that on a left-handed batter. If you connect on an upward swing, that ball is screaming damage. Donahue is definitely getting encouraged by the fans.
Corrales, the high set, the 1-2. Checked his swing to Donahue on a ball that misses low to even the count.
It did look like that ball had an extra couple miles an hour on it.
Blessinger off a third. Jordan Rogers off a second. He was hit by a pitch. And Drew Kelly off a first. He walked. Blessinger ripped an RBI single to left. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Kyson Donahue in a 10-6 game. Corrales set. The delivery is low. Full count now to Kyson Donahue and nowhere to put him.
Having Blessinger on third base really does change your outlook on what you do, even if it is a sac fly or a ground ball, because with the speed that he has, you can make any play at home a potential run.
Payoff pitch ready to go from Anthony Corrales to Kyson Donahue. Payoff pitch. Popped foul, and we'll do it again. A 7th pitch of the at-bat coming up.
Donahue's been behind a couple of fastballs. Let's see if he can shorten up and square up on one.
6 runs already in this inning alone. 4 by the Barons, 2 by the Saints. A Jalen Parks error brought 1 run in, and a Max Blessinger single brought the other one in. Donahue, full count, bases loaded, nobody out. 7th pitch of the at-bat, misses low, ball 4. And Anthony Corrales walks his 11th hitter of the season, and this one gives Arroyo Seco its 11th run of the night.
What a battle from Donahue, considering that he had 2 strikes on him, really working that count and bringing a run. Great at bat, way to battle Donahue.
And more importantly, there's nobody out for Matt Wong. One of 2 Arroyo Seco Saints still without a hit. Him and Bohonda combined 0 for 7. Wong trying to do that as Jalen Parks sets back to the dugout and exchanges his glove. Bases loaded, nobody out. Anthony Corrales.
I think a change of glove is really what Parks needs.
So that run charged to Braden Williams. He didn't record an out, faced 5 hitters, and 3 of them have scored. A couple of more are on base. Rogers on third, Kelly on second. Both Braden Williams as runners. Kyson Donahue off at first. He's Corrales' issue. First pitch. Misses up and inside. Ball 1.
I think Matt Wong was just waiting for his RBI situation to get his first hit of the day. And with bases loaded, it seems like the perfect opportunity to do so. And still no out.
1 ball, no strikes. Righty-righty matchup. The 1-0 to Wong. Swung on and missed a healthy hack. Corrales dotted up the low and outside corner. Might have been ball 2. Instead, it's 1-1.
Those runners are starting to stand around a little too long. Let's see if Wong can move him over.
The 1-1. Swung on and missed. Foul tipped into the glove of Jalen Parks. And 2 healthy hacks for Matt Wong. Hasn't been a 1-2 hole.
Matt Wong is definitely trying to add some RBIs to his stat line.
He's got 28 already. Going to be playing in the CCL Showcase game coming up.
And with the swing he just took, he wanted to make it 32.
Still has one more pitch to work with. The 1-2 from Corrales is chopped on over to third. This will be a tough play for Neighbors. He tosses over to third. The tag is applied in time. The bases were loaded. Third baseman Christian Taveras, all he needed to do was step on the bag. Instead applies the tag on Drew Cowley. A run will score, and it's now 12-6 in the bottom of the 8th. And finally, Dylan, the Barons record their first out.
They did, and Matt Wong still hasn't recorded a hit, but he adds himself to the stat line by adding an RBI.
So 8 of the 9 hitters in the Saints order have recorded a base knock or an RBI, as Matt Wong will come out of the game, and he'll be pinch run for Peyton Holt, now the runner at first base. Saints have first and second now with 1 out, and now Jared Bahanda will stride at the plate.
What do you think, Anthony? Going into the All-Star break after being pretty cold and getting 12 runs in this game, do you think that really changes the outlook after the break?
I think this does. I think this creates a lot of momentum for the Saints, you know, especially coming off of 5 consecutive losses to really end the first half on a win. That'll be huge, and how big of an at-bat here is for Bahanda. Got on base for the first time as a Saint in his last at-bat, took a walk, and here he is with a couple ducks on the pond in a 12-6 game. First pitch, misses up and away from Anthony Corrales. As far as runs are concerned, now the book is closed on Braden Williams. 5 runners. He faced 5 hitters. 4 of them ended up scoring, and all 5 have reached base. Now the 2 runners on. Property of Anthony Corrales. The 1-0. In there for a strike to even the count.
Buhanda's looking to add himself to that hit stat line as well. He started off pretty cold, but if he gets a few hits, he definitely turns around his batting average and his approach at the plate.
Bahanda 0 for 3 today with a couple strikeouts. The pitch, line in a left field, but foul. Right over to the Saints bullpen. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Good stroke. He was just a bit late and set that ball outside to the left field. Just out of left field, fair play.
This inning started with Jackson Walker walking.
I guess he lived up to the name.
1 ball, 2 strikes to Jared Buhanda. Peyton Holt off of first. He's pinch running for Matt Wong. Kyson Donahue will take a lead off of second. Corrales will step on the mound or will reset.
It's a very elaborate pitching sequence he's delivering to the pitcher.
The 1-2. Ground ball towards second. Thomas Williams, the flip to Neighbors for 1, on to first, and the double play will get Jared Buhanda out at first. So Anthony Corrales and Braden Williams work themselves in a little bit of trouble, but a double play ends the frame, but not before Arroyo Seco answers the Academy's 4 runs in the top of the 8th with 4 of their own. The Saints are 3 outs away from ending the first half with a win, 12-6 going to the top of the 9th. Top of the ninth inning, Jake Porter back out there for his second inning of work, trying to get out of this and giving the Saints a win to end the first half. It'll be Max Diaz, Thomas Williams, and Jalen Parks, 3-4-5 against the right-hander from Utah, calling BYU home. 1-1 after Diaz fouls it up the third base line.
Porter did a really good job the last inning of closing it out, considering how much momentum the Barons had. He was put in a tough situation, and he did get out of it. Not too much more you can ask for your pitcher.
That's right. It was back then an 8-6 ball game with the Barons threatening, and Jake Porter, the fireman, Coach Milam calls him out of the bullpen. Always hot, always ready to go. Don't get out of jams. Got out of it with the Saints up by 2, and those 4 runs by Arroyo Seco in the bottom of the 8th might be the dagger for the Academy. As Max Diaz is ahead of the count, 2 balls, 1 strike. Here's the pitch. In there for strike 2.
Great.
Two balls, 2 strikes to Max Diaz rather.
That was a great pitch with the 2-1 count. Diaz was not expecting that pitch at all. Was just fooled.
Jake Porter will strike out Diaz. Doubled up with the breaking ball, and he got Diaz fishing. 1 up, 1 down in the top of the 9th. The Barons down to their final 2 outs.
I don't think Diaz knew that there was 2 strikes. He took the biggest swing of the at-bat on that pitch.
So Diaz a strikeout victim for the second time today, and Goose will come out and make what likely is 1 more pitching change in the first half. It was a great effort from Jake Porter, but Goose won't let him finish it. Logan Deskin is responsible for getting these final 2 outs. We'll be right back, top of the 9th inning, and only 1 out, 12-6. Saints lead comfortably. Top of the 9th inning. With one out, Logan Deskin will come in and try and get these final 2 outs for the Saints.
And we have the pitcher, Jake Porter, in left field as well.
That's right. Coach Aaron Milam playing some games. He just took out Jackson Walker, and running out to left field happily is Jake Porter. As Logan Deskin delivers a first pitch ball to now Thomas Williams. The Barons down to their final 2 outs.
I guess Jake Porter wasn't allowed to close out the game, but they do want him taking
They
some
gave him
reps
a
in the outfield.
consolation prize. Play left field for us.
They want to see a 100-mile-an-hour hose out.
So it's now Blessinger in center field, Jared Bohonda in right, and Jake Porter, the BYU right-hander, in left field. The 1-0 from Deskin misses high, ball 2. Thomas Williams, then Jalen Parks, and if anyone gets on, another Jalen, and Jalen Williams, today's first baseman. Deskin behind the cleanup man. Williams, 2 balls, no strikes. Thomas on the day, 1 for 2. Walked and scored a run. Also singled. Now he's ahead of the count, 3 balls, no strikes.
Deskin does average a walk an inning, but let's see if he does bring that statistic down today. But as of right now, he's living up to it.
Deskin set. Here he comes with a 3-0. And it's in there for a strike, 3-1. Some more substitutions to get you. We saw Peyton Holt pinch run for Matt Wong. That's the DH spot. So Peyton now in that designated hitter slot. And now at second base, it's Arten Biagian from Glendale Community College. He replaces Drew Cowley. So Coach Aaron Milam just giving his hot hitters extra inning to get off their feet. As fouling that one off is Williams, and the count's filled up against Logan Deskin.
Great effort by Deskin, really battling back and trying to even up the count with one more pitch.
And more importantly, Jake Porter, the pitcher, right-handed pitcher, now in the 7 slot in left field.
I think he's trying to make his case for the All-Star game.
Yeah, right? One last attempt. Infield back, outfield straight away. Payoff pitch from Deskin to Williams is popped up towards the left side, not to Jake Porter. Instead, it's foul.
After throwing 3 consecutive balls, he has now thrown 3 consecutive strikes. I think he's finally settled down.
The payoff pitch again. Ground ball to third. Matt Marlow misses the throw. It gets by Jordan Rogers and out of play. So taking second base is Thomas Williams, and the error from Marlow. The Barons aren't done just yet. They have 1 out and a runner in scoring position.
Unfortunately for Logan, he really did do his job and forced a ground ball and battled back, but didn't seem to get the result he wanted.
So the error will be on Matt Marlow. Thomas Williams now on second. And coming to the plate is the right-hander Jalen Parks. As for Deskin, he's only made 1 appearance since June 26th. That was July 6th against the Barons, where he tossed a scoreless frame.
Looking to do the same today.
He's got an unearned run on second. The first pitch to Parks misses up and away.
Parks had a good shot a couple innings ago, bringing in 2 RBIs. But as far as his defense goes, he's not been the most sound defensively back there, allowing 4 runs.
Deskin set at the belt. Williams off a second. The 1-0. Pumped outside. 2 balls, no strikes.
Good frame by the catcher. Just seemed to be just a bit outside.
Jalen Williams, today's first baseman, waits on deck. One out in the top of the 9th. Saints a couple outs away from going into the All-Star break with a win, snapping their 5-game losing streak. As the 2-0 misses up high, 3 balls and no strikes. Is Logan Deskin falling behind 3-0 to a second straight hitter.
Some pitchers pitch better when the count's against them. I think Logan might be one of those guys. The last at bat, he threw 3 consecutive strikes to battle back.
Can he do the same here against Parks? The 3-0 misses high, ball 4. And the Barons have first and second with nobody out, and Jalen Williams coming up.
Not too much harm for Logan on that at bat. You're 2 outs away. Now you have a force at any base.
Number 19, Julian Boyd.
So Deskin, first and second with 1 out. First pitch to Williams. In there for a strike, 0-1. So after this, the Saints will take Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday off and open up the final third of the regular season at Jackie Robinson Field on Thursday with first pitch set for 6:05. The Orange County Riptide visit Jackie Robinson Field. Here's the 0-1. Missing high, ball 1.
We know Jalen Williams has the speed once he does get on the base, but the real question mark is, can he get on base and continue this 9th inning, and who knows, actually give the Barons a hopeful opportunity.
Double play will wrap this one up. 1 ball and 1 strike the count to Jalen Williams. The pitch from Deskin. Pumped in there for strike 2. He's ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes now.
Beautiful pitch to attack him with. Outside corner, dotted that off perfectly. Not too much the batter can do about that.
And taking a look at the rest of the CCL South, San Luis Obispo upset Santa Barbara today in Sinsheimer Park, 3-2, and the Orange County Riptide sweep a mini 2-game series with the Conejo Oaks 10-5, so that means the Saints need to get these final 2 outs to stay just 1 game back from the Orange County Riptide for that final playoff spot in the CCL South Division. Now with the Foresters losing, the Saints will be 5.5 games behind them and 4 games behind the Conejo Oaks. So these first game of the final third coming out of the All-Star break against the Riptide so huge is bouncing that one to first, bouncing out of the pitcher rather, is Williams. Deskin will pick it up and toss it to Rogers, and the Barons are down to their final out. It's been a dominating game today for the Arroyo Seco Saints. They scored 2 runs in the bottom of the first thanks to Kyson Donahue's 2-run home run. 1 more in the second thanks to Jacob Sanchez ripping a double down the left field line. Easily would have been a home run at the Youth Academy in Compton. Instead, it's 374 down the left field line at Jackie Robinson Field, so Jacob had to settle for a long double. Saints tacked on 5 more in the 4th and 4 more in the 8th to put up a 12 spot in the Barons. Now it's Christian Taveras. First pitch in the dirt, ball 1. Ball will squeak up the third base line. Williams will stay at third.
I don't think you really would have guessed that the Saints were on a cold streak going into this game offensively. Putting up 12 runs in 1 game, it's not too bad.
That's right. During the 5-game winning streak, the Saints averaged more than 11 runs and around 13 hits per game. Losers of 5 consecutive games to start the week, trying to end the week here with the win on this Sunday night. 1 ball, 1 strike to Christian Taveras. 1-0, rather. Makes it 2-0. Taveras on the day, carrying an 0-for-4 line. Does have an RBI and a run score, though. Got on base thanks to an error. Doug Allen will wait on deck. Second and third with 2 outs. First base is open for Taveras. Deskin wants to end it here, though. The 2-0 is popped up into shallow left field. Look who's under it. It's Jake Porter. And he will send the Arroyo Seco Saints home happy going into the All-Star break.
What a great game from the Saints.
putting up 12 runs, literally doubling the MLB Earth Youth Academy score. Great game, great pitching, great offense all around. Not too much you can ask for going into the All-Star break. Just the momentum they needed.
So the Saints put up 9 hits on 12 runs. They hold the Academy Barons to just 6, extracting their revenge after a 1-run loss on Friday night. So your final score from Jackie Robinson Field on this Sunday afternoon: the Arroyo Seco Saints beat the Academy Barons 12-6. For Anthony Vasquez and Dylan Escobedo saying so long, and we'll see you Thursday. Final third of the season coming up. The Orange County Riptide take on the Arroyo Seco Saints next Thursday. We'll see you then. Saints win.